This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I'm still trying to process what happened yesterday, and I honestly don't know where else to turn. I need to write this down while it's fresh in my mind because I'm starting to question my own sanity. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of this. My wife and I have been living in Harborview for about 3 years now, in this small 2-bedroom apartment near the marina. It's not much, but the ocean view made up for the cramped space. We've been packing up lately because we finally saved enough for a down payment on a house across town. Nothing fancy, but at least we'll have a yard for our future kids. Anyway, last month my father-in-law passed away after battling cancer. He and I were really close. He was more of a father to me than my own dad ever was. In his will, he left me his Rolex watch. It wasn't some super expensive model, but it was a genuine Rolex Oyster Perpetual he'd bought when he got his first big promotion back in the 90s. The thing meant the world to him, and now it meant the world to me. When we got back from the funeral, I carefully placed the watch on the top shelf of our living room cabinet. It's one of those tall wooden ones with glass doors on the upper half. I specifically remember putting it there because I didn't want it to get mixed up with all the other stuff we were packing. I even took a photo of it for insurance purposes, sitting there on the shelf next to a small wooden box where my wife keeps her grandmother's earrings. Yesterday morning, my wife got a call from her mom saying she was coming to visit this weekend. It's her first trip since the funeral, and I figured she might appreciate seeing her husband's watch being cherished. So while my wife was at work, I decided to get the watch and clean it up, maybe even wear it when we picked up my mother-in-law from the airport. This is where things get weird. I went to the cabinet and opened the glass door. I looked at the top shelf where I knew I had placed the watch, but it wasn't there. Just the wooden box and some other knickknacks. At first, I thought maybe my wife had moved it, though I couldn't imagine why she would. She's always been respectful about how much that watch means to me. I got on my tiptoes to get a better look, thinking maybe it had gotten pushed to the back of the shelf. Nothing. I even grabbed a chair from the dining table and stood on it to get eye level with the shelf. The watch was definitely not there. I started to feel a knot in my stomach. That watch was irreplaceable, not just because of its monetary value, but because of what it represented. I called my wife at work, trying to sound calm, but I could hear the edge in my own voice. "Hey babe, quick question. Did you move your dad's watch from the cabinet?" She sounded confused. "No, why would I? Isn't it still on the top shelf where you put it?" My heart sank. "It's not here. I'm looking right at the shelf, and it's gone." She tried to reassure me. "Maybe you moved it yourself and forgot. Check your nightstand or the bathroom counter." I spent the next 2 hours tearing our apartment apart. I checked every drawer, every pocket of every coat, looked under furniture, in the laundry hamper, everywhere. I even checked ridiculous places like the refrigerator and the oven, thinking maybe I'd had some kind of bizarre mental lapse. Nothing. By the time I'd searched every inch of our apartment twice, I was sweating and on the verge of a panic attack. What was I going to tell my mother-in-law? What was I going to tell my wife? That I somehow lost the most meaningful item her father had left behind. I sat down on the couch, head in my hands, trying to figure out what to do next. Should I file a police report? But there were no signs of a break-in, and nothing else was missing. Had I been sleepwalking and hidden it somewhere? That seemed far-fetched since I've never sleepwalked in my life. Out loud, to nobody but myself, I said, This is insane. Watches don't grow legs and walk away. That's when I felt a chill run down my spine. Something made me look up at the cabinet again. I walked over, opened the glass door, and there it was. The Rolex was sitting exactly where I had originally placed it, on the top shelf, right next to the wooden box with the earrings, exactly where I had looked at least 4 times in the last 2 hours, exactly where it should have been all along. I stood there frozen. My hands were shaking as I reached for it. The metal was cool to the touch, confirming it was real and not some hallucination. I checked the time on it, still working, still keeping perfect time. I sat back down, the watch clutched in my hand, trying to make sense of what had just happened. There was no way I could have missed it. I had moved everything else on that shelf. I had stood on a chair to get a clear view. I had even taken photos of the empty shelf with my phone in case I needed to file an insurance claim. With trembling hands, I scrolled through my phone to find those photos I'd taken earlier, and that's when my blood ran cold. The photos showed the shelf exactly as it had been, with the wooden box and other items. But in the photos, the watch was clearly there, sitting right where it should have been all along, in the very spot I had photographed as being empty just an hour earlier. This isn't the first time something like this has happened, but it's definitely the most significant. About 8 months ago, I lost my car keys. I remember putting them in the bowl by the door like I always do. When they weren't there the next morning, my wife and I searched everywhere. An hour later, I went back to the bowl in frustration, and there they were, sitting right on top, where they couldn't possibly have been missed. At the time, we laughed it off. My wife joked about gremlins in the apartment, and I convinced myself I must have overlooked them somehow. But this time was different. The watch wasn't something small that could be hidden by other items. It was sitting in plain view on an otherwise mostly empty shelf that I had thoroughly searched multiple times. I haven't told my wife about the watch reappearing. I don't know how to explain it without sounding crazy. When she got home, she helped me look for it again, and I pretended to find it behind some books on a lower shelf. She was relieved, but gave me a lecture about being more careful with valuable items. I nodded and apologized, but inside I was screaming, "What's happening to me? Am I losing my mind?" The logical part of my brain is desperately trying to come up with explanations. Maybe I was so stressed about finding the watch that I somehow didn't see it, even though it was right in front of me. Maybe someone is gaslighting me, though I can't imagine who or why. Or maybe, and this is the thought that keeps me up at night, maybe objects around me are literally disappearing from reality and then coming back. I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. I'm a normal guy. I work in IT, I pay my taxes. I've never been interested in the paranormal or conspiracy theories, but I know what I saw, or rather, what I didn't see. That watch wasn't there, and then suddenly it was. Since yesterday, I've been researching similar experiences online. I've found some accounts of what people call the Mandela effect, where groups of people misremember the same things. But that's not what this is. This isn't a false memory. It's a physical object that wasn't where it should be, and then was, with no logical explanation. I've also come across stories about glitches in the matrix, people who believe reality occasionally hiccups, causing objects to disappear or appear, or time to skip. Before yesterday, I would have dismissed these as internet nonsense. Now, I'm not so sure. What terrifies me most is not knowing if it's going to happen again, or with something more important than a watch. What if my wallet disappears right when I need it? What if my car keys vanish when I'm late for work? What if it happens with something critical, like medication? Or what if something disappears and doesn't come back at all? I've started taking photos of where I place important items. I'm making notes of what I'm wearing, what I'm doing, who I've talked to. I'm creating a record of my reality because I don't trust it anymore. How can I, when solid objects can apparently phase out of existence and then return without explanation? The strangest part is that when I look at the watch now, it seems different somehow. Not physically. It looks exactly the same as before. But there's something about it that feels off, like it's not quite the same watch that my father-in-law wore for 20 years. Like it's a perfect copy that came back instead of the original. I know that sounds insane, but that's the feeling I can't shake. My mother-in-law arrives tomorrow, and I'll be wearing the watch when we pick her up. I'll smile and tell her how much it means to me, all while wondering if it might vanish from my wrist in the middle of dinner. I'll try to act normal while questioning everything I once took for granted about how the world works. I don't know what's happening to me or around me. Maybe I'm losing my grip on reality. Maybe there's something medically wrong with my brain that's causing these perceptual glitches. Or maybe, just maybe, the solid, dependable world we think we live in isn't as reliable as we believe. All I know is that yesterday, a watch that should have been there wasn't, and then suddenly it was, without anyone putting it there. And I have no idea what to do with that information or where to go from here. I just know I'll never look at that cabinet the same way again, and I'll always wonder what else might temporarily cease to exist in my world, only to reappear when I've given up looking for it. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I alone in this nightmare? Please, if you've gone through something similar, let me know. I need to know I'm not crazy, that there's some explanation for what's happening. Because right now, I feel like I'm standing on quicksand, and the ground beneath my feet could disappear at any moment. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night in early 1995. It's been nearly 30 years, but I remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. I've never shared this publicly before, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I was a student at Brunel University back then, involved with our campus radio station. 6 of us had traveled to Hull University for a student radio conference. Me, Thomas, Emma, Ian, Adrian, John, and Dave. The conference itself was great. We learned a lot, networked with other radio enthusiasts, and had a decent time overall. Nothing unusual happened there. It was on the journey back when things went horribly wrong. We were in this beat-up old minibus that Adrian had borrowed from his uncle. Adrian was driving, with Dave riding shotgun and John in the middle row. Emma, Ian, and I were in the back seats. It was dark, probably around 8 p.m., and we'd just gotten onto the motorway heading south. The first 20 minutes or so were completely normal. We were all chatting about the conference, laughing about stupid things, typical uni student stuff. I remember thinking how tired I was and leaning my head against the window, watching the headlights of other vehicles flash by. That's when I first noticed something off. I was gazing out at the traffic, and there was this massive lorry in the lane beside us. For a split second, I had this strange sensation that our minibus was moving backward. Not like Adrian had put it in reverse, more like we were being pulled backward through space while still facing forward. It's so hard to explain, but it felt like we were sliding back toward this huge truck. I sat up straight, heart suddenly pounding. "Adrian, watch out for that lorry," I shouted. Emma and Ian must have felt it too, because they both jerked forward in their seats. "We're sliding back," Emma screamed. "Adrian, speed up!" Ian was grabbing the seat in front of him. "What the hell? Adrian! Adrian!" But Adrian kept driving normally, chatting with Dave about something completely mundane, football scores or something equally trivial. It was like they couldn't hear us at all. I remember lunging forward, reaching between the seats to tap Adrian's shoulder, but my hand, it's going to sound crazy, but my hand couldn't reach him. It was like there was some invisible barrier. The lorry was getting closer, or we were moving back toward it. I still don't know which was happening. The headlights were blinding, reflecting off all the windows. I could see the massive grille of the truck, and I swear I could make out the driver's face, looking straight ahead, completely unaware we were about to collide. "Adrian, for fuck's sake!" I screamed so hard my throat hurt. Emma was in tears beside me, and Ian had his arms up in a defensive position. We all braced for impact, but the impact never came. Instead, there was this, I don't know how to describe it, a sort of shift, like reality hiccuped. The lorry was suddenly gone, and we were still on the motorway, still moving forward. I looked at Emma and Ian, and they looked as terrified and confused as I felt. "Did you see that?" I whispered. "The truck." Emma nodded, her face pale. "We were going to crash." "But Adrian didn't react at all," Ian said, his voice shaking. Up front, Adrian and Dave were still chatting away, and John was nodding off in the middle row. It was like they hadn't experienced anything unusual at all. I tried to call out to John, "John, did you see what just happened with that lorry?" No response, not even a glance back. "John," Emma tried, louder this time. Nothing. It was like we were invisible to them, or they were deaf to us. That's when real panic set in. I could talk to Emma and Ian, and they could talk to me, but the three guys in front of us couldn't hear a word we were saying. We tried everything, shouting, throwing small objects. I tossed my wadded-up conference program, even reaching forward to touch them. But nothing worked. It was like we were in a bubble, separated from them somehow. "What's happening?" Emma asked, her voice barely audible. She had started shivering, even though the heater was on. "I'm so cold." I put my arm around her, and she was freezing, like touching someone who'd been outside in winter without a coat. Her lips were turning blue. "I don't feel right," Ian said, staring at his hands. "I feel disconnected." That's when a horrible thought hit me. "Guys," I said slowly, "what if we did crash? What if we hit that lorry and we're not here anymore?" The words hung in the air between us. None of us wanted to say it out loud, but I think we were all thinking the same thing. What if we were dead? Emma started crying silently, tears streaming down her face. "But we're still in the minibus. We can still see them." "Maybe this is what happens," Ian said. "Maybe you don't just disappear. Maybe you stay where you died for a while." I know it sounds crazy, but sitting there in that minibus, unable to communicate with our friends just a few feet away, watching Emma literally turning colder by the minute, it felt horrifyingly plausible. About 5 minutes into this nightmare, John unbuckled his seatbelt and started climbing into the back with us. At first, I was relieved. Maybe he'd be able to snap us out of whatever was happening. "You guys are quiet back here," he said as he squeezed between the seats. "What's up?" I nearly cried with relief. "John, you can hear us." He looked at me strangely. "Of course I can hear you. Why wouldn't I?" Frantically, we tried to explain what had happened. The lorry, the sliding backward, how they couldn't hear us screaming. John looked confused at first, then concerned as he noticed Emma's condition. "Bloody hell, Em, you're freezing," he said, touching her arm. "Adrian, turn the heat up." But Adrian didn't respond, neither did Dave. John frowned. "Adrian," he called louder. "Dave, can you hear me?" Nothing. The color drained from John's face as he realized he was now in the same situation as us. He could talk to us, but not to the guys in front. "What the fuck is going on?" he whispered. "We think we might have crashed," I told him, my voice breaking. "We think we might be dead, John." He stared at me, then at Emma and Ian, then toward Adrian and Dave in the front. "No," he said. "No, that's not possible." But I could see the doubt in his eyes. For the next 10 minutes or so, we sat there in silent terror. Emma was still freezing, huddled under John's jacket. Ian had gone completely quiet, just staring out the window with a vacant expression. John kept trying to get Adrian's attention, growing increasingly desperate. I remember watching the motorway signs pass by, counting them as if they might be the last real things I'd ever see. We passed a service station, and I found myself wondering if we could get off there, if we'd be trapped in this minibus forever, or if we'd eventually just fade away. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. Adrian turned around in his seat, looking back at us. "You lot are quiet. Conference wear you out?" We all stared at him, stunned. "Adrian," John said cautiously, "can you hear me?" "No need to shout, mate," Adrian replied, frowning. "I'm not deaf." Dave turned around too. "You all look like you've seen a ghost." Emma burst into tears. I wasn't far behind her. Adrian pulled over at the next service station, concerned by our reactions. We tried to explain what had happened, but it sounded insane even to us. Adrian and Dave had no memory of us screaming about the lorry, no awareness that for about 15 minutes they couldn't hear or see us. "Maybe you all fell asleep and had the same nightmare," Dave suggested. "All 4 of us? The exact same nightmare? At the exact same time?" Ian asked. Nobody had a good explanation. The rest of the journey was tense. Adrian and Dave clearly thought we were overreacting to some shared hallucination or prank. Emma eventually warmed up, though she stayed huddled close to me for the remainder of the trip. John kept looking from us to the front of the bus, like he was expecting the connection to break again at any moment. When we finally reached Brunel, we all went our separate ways without much discussion. It was like we didn't know how to talk about what had happened. Over the next few weeks, Emma, Ian, John, and I tried to make sense of it. We researched paranormal experiences, quantum physics theories, anything that might explain what happened. Adrian and Dave avoided the topic, and eventually avoided us too. I don't blame them. I'd probably think we were nuts if I'd been in their position. The most disturbing theory, and the one I still can't shake almost 3 decades later, is that we actually did die in a collision with that lorry. That somehow our timelines split or merged or glitched, whatever you want to call it, and we slipped back into a reality where the crash never happened. Maybe in another reality, our families got phone calls that night about a horrible accident on the motorway. I know how it sounds. Believe me, I've questioned my own sanity many times over this. But it happened. I felt it. And 3 other people experienced the exact same thing. I've never had another experience like it, thank God. I avoided motorways for years afterward, and I've never been able to sit in the back of a bus or van since. The others have moved on with their lives too. Emma and I stayed in touch for a while, but she eventually said she needed to stop talking about it to preserve her mental health. I understand completely, so that's my story. I don't expect anyone to believe it, but I know what happened that night on the motorway between Hull and London. Sometimes I still wake up freezing cold in the middle of the night, with the sensation of sliding backward toward disaster. And I wonder if one day reality will hiccup again, and I'll find myself back in that minibus, trapped between worlds, waiting for the crash that both did and didn't happen. I've been holding on to this weird experience for over 40 years now, and I still can't explain what happened. It's not something I talk about much because, honestly, it sounds crazy even to me, and I was there. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened back in 1980 when I was 10 years old. Our town had just gotten its first modern movie theater, the Starlight Cinemas. It was a big deal for us since before that, we only had the old single-screen Palace Theater downtown that smelled like cigarettes and had those squeaky seats that felt like they were made in the 1940s. The Starlight was nothing fancy by today's standards, just 3 screens with maybe 150 seats each. But back then, it was like stepping into the future. The place had this weird orange and brown carpet. It was the 80s. Everything was orange and brown. And the hallways had these dim sconce lights that gave off this yellowish glow. My parents took me to see The Empire Strikes Back on opening weekend. I was beyond excited. I'd been obsessed with Star Wars since the first movie, had all the action figures, even the Millennium Falcon playset that my grandparents got me for Christmas. My dad had bought the tickets in advance, and we got there early to get good seats. The theater was packed with kids and families. I remember the smell of fresh popcorn and the sound of the arcade games in the small lobby. I begged my dad for quarters to play asteroids while we waited, but he said no because the movie was about to start. We found our seats about halfway up, right in the middle of the row, the perfect spot. I sat between my parents with my popcorn and Coke, practically vibrating with excitement. When the lights dimmed and that "a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away" text appeared, I nearly lost my mind. About 30 minutes into the movie, right after the Imperial walkers started attacking the rebel base on Hoth, I realized I needed to pee. I'd drunk my entire Coke already, and it was hitting me hard. I tried to ignore it at first because I didn't want to miss anything, but it got to the point where I couldn't focus on the movie anymore. I leaned over to my mom and whispered that I needed to use the bathroom. She sighed and told me to hurry back so I wouldn't miss too much. My dad didn't even look away from the screen, just patted my shoulder and said, "Quick, buddy." I slid past the few people in our row, mumbling sorry as I stepped on someone's foot and made my way to the exit. The theater door had that heavy push bar, and when I opened it, the bright light from the hallway temporarily blinded me. The hallway outside the theater wasn't completely flat. It had this slight upward angle that I'd noticed when we came in. The walls were covered with this textured red wallpaper, and movie posters hung in plastic frames. I remember seeing a poster for the Blue Lagoon with Brooke Shields as I walked up the hall. The men's restroom was at the end of the hallway on the right. Nothing unusual about it, just a regular movie theater bathroom with the typical beige tile floors, fluorescent lighting that made that faint buzzing sound, and that pink powdered hand soap in the dispensers that never quite rinsed off completely. I went straight to the urinal, did my business, and then washed my hands. The bathroom was empty, which wasn't surprising since all 3 movies had just started. The water was weirdly cold, and I can still remember how the paper towels felt, rough and barely absorbent, so my hands were still a bit damp after drying them. It was when I was throwing away the paper towel that I noticed something odd. The bathroom door had a long, narrow window in it, like a vertical rectangle about 8 inches wide and maybe 2 feet tall, with frosted glass. I could see the blurry shapes and colors of the hallway through it. This caught me off guard because I didn't remember seeing a window in the door when I came in. I actually stood there for a few seconds, staring at it and trying to remember if I'd just not noticed it before. I figured maybe I was just too focused on finding the bathroom and hadn't paid attention. I pushed the door open and stepped out. And that's when things got weird. Instead of the sloped hallway I'd come from, I found myself at the top of a staircase. It wasn't a grand staircase or anything unusual, just a standard set of stairs with maybe 10 steps leading down, with a beige handrail on the right side. The walls were the same textured red wallpaper as the hallway I'd come from. I stood there, completely confused. I didn't remember climbing any stairs to get to the bathroom. The theater was new, but I was sure I knew the layout. When we arrived, there was just the lobby with the concession stand and the 3 hallways leading to each theater. No stairs anywhere. I thought maybe I'd gotten turned around somehow and exited through a different door than I'd entered. I looked back at the bathroom door, and it was definitely the men's room I'd just used. The same male stick figure on the sign and everything. I took a few tentative steps down the stairs, thinking maybe this would lead to another part of the theater I hadn't seen before. The steps creaked slightly under my feet, a hollow sound that echoed a bit. After descending about 5 steps, I could see that the staircase turned to the left and continued down. What really started to freak me out was that beyond the turn, there were no lights. I could see only darkness down there, not just dim, but pitch black. And it was quiet, too quiet. I couldn't hear the muffled sounds of movie audio that you'd expect in a theater. Just complete silence. A chill ran down my spine, and I immediately felt like something was wrong, really wrong. That instinctual fear kids get, like when you're alone in a dark basement and suddenly feel like you need to run up the stairs before something grabs your ankles. I backed up the steps slowly, keeping my eyes on that darkness. When I reached the top, I turned and pushed back into the bathroom, my heart racing. I stood with my back against the door, trying to make sense of what was happening. The bathroom looked exactly the same as before. The sinks, the urinals, the stalls. But now I noticed something else I hadn't before. There was only one door, the one I'd just come through. There wasn't another door that I could have possibly entered through earlier. I walked around the entire bathroom, checking every wall. Nothing. Just the one door with the window that I'd exited through a minute ago. I was starting to panic a little. I knew I needed to get back to my parents and the movie, but I was afraid of what might be on the other side of that door now. Would it be that dark staircase again? Would it lead somewhere else entirely? After taking a few deep breaths, I decided to just go for it. I pushed the door open again, half expecting to see those stairs. Instead, I was back in the sloped hallway, the same one I'd walked up to get to the bathroom. No stairs, no darkness, just the hallway with its movie posters and carpeted floor leading back to Theater 2, where my parents were waiting. I stood there for a moment, completely confused. I looked back at the bathroom door, no window, just a solid door with the men's room sign on it. I actually reached out and touched it to make sure I wasn't imagining things. I hurried back to the theater, trying to process what had just happened. When I slid back into my seat, my mom whispered, "Everything okay?" I just nodded, too shaken to explain. My dad passed me my popcorn without looking away from the screen. I couldn't focus on the rest of the movie. My mind kept replaying those moments in the bathroom and on the stairs. Where had that staircase been leading? Why was it so dark down there? How could the door have a window 1 minute and not the next? Over the next several years, I went to that theater dozens of times. Each time I'd make a point to use the bathroom, sometimes making unnecessary trips just to check. The layout was always the same. Sloped hallway, bathroom with no window in the door, and definitely no staircase. I even asked my friends if they'd ever noticed anything weird about the bathrooms, but they just gave me strange looks. As I got older, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd been disoriented from sitting in the dark theater and then walking into the bright hallway. Maybe I'd had too much sugar from the Coke and was experiencing some kind of weird sugar rush. Maybe I just had an overactive imagination fueled by the sci-fi movie I was watching. But none of those explanations ever felt right. What I experienced felt real. The weight of each step on those stairs, the hollow sound they made, the cold feeling in the air as I looked down into that darkness. It all felt too vivid to be imagination. The Starlight Cinemas closed down in 1997 when a big multiplex opened in the next town over. I went to the final weekend of screenings, and before I left for the last time, I checked the bathroom one more time. Still no window, still no stairs. A year later, they demolished the building to make way for a strip mall. Part of me wonders if whatever doorway or portal or whatever I experienced that day was destroyed along with it. Another part wonders if it's still there somehow, existing in some in-between space that occasionally connects with our reality. I'm 52 now, and I still think about it sometimes. Where did those stairs lead? What would have happened if I'd kept going down into that darkness? Was it just a weird glitch in reality, or something more deliberate? A door that wasn't supposed to be found? I don't expect to ever get answers. But sometimes, when I'm in a public bathroom and I'm about to exit, there's this split second of hesitation, this tiny moment where I wonder what might be waiting on the other side of the door. And even though it's been over 40 years, I still feel that same chill I felt standing at the top of those stairs, looking down into the darkness. I've been working at Malone's Bar for almost 3 years now. It's this little hole-in-the-wall place on Main Street that somehow survives despite the fact that our town barely has 8,000 people. I know pretty much everyone who comes in regularly, their drinks, their stories, their problems. That's part of being a bartender in a small town like this. You become something between a therapist and a priest, listening to everyone's confessions while you pour their poison of choice. Last Friday night started like any other shift. I was scheduled to close, which meant I'd be there until about 1:30 a.m. It was slower than usual. End of the month, people watching their wallets before bills come due. I cleaned up, restocked the coolers, and wiped down the bar top, all while thinking about how I'd probably stop by the Owl after my shift. The Owl is the only place in town that stays open until 3 a.m., and a bunch of other service industry people usually gather there after their shifts. It's kind of our decompression zone. I locked up Malone's at 1:45 a.m., a little later than normal because a couple regulars lingered, and I didn't have the heart to rush them out. The night was cool but not cold, perfect early autumn weather. I walked the 3 blocks to the Owl, texting my friend Carly, who bartends there, to see if the place was still busy. She said it was decent but starting to slow down. Perfect timing. When I got there around 1:55, the place looked normal. Maybe 20 people scattered around, some at the bar, some at tables. I recognized about half of them, other bartenders, a couple servers from the Italian place, and some of the kitchen guys from the steakhouse on the edge of town. I grabbed a seat at the bar, and Carly came over with a smile. "The usual?" she asked, already reaching for a bottle of Jameson and a beer. I nodded and settled in, had a few sips of my beer, scrolled through my phone, checked some messages. Nothing unusual, just another Friday night winding down. I'd been there maybe 10 minutes when it happened. At first, I thought I was just tired. You know how sometimes when you're exhausted, your brain does weird things? I blinked hard and looked around again, but something was definitely off. Carly was moving weirdly, not like drunk weird or high weird. She was moving fast, not running or anything, just like someone had pressed the fast-forward button on her. She grabbed bottles, poured drinks, wiped the bar, all at this unnatural speed. I remember thinking I must be having some kind of weird migraine aura or something, even though I've never had migraines. I looked down at my phone to ground myself, but when I looked back up, it wasn't just Carly. It was everyone in the bar. People were moving at what looked like 3 or 4 times normal speed. A guy at the end of the bar gathered his stuff and walked out, but the whole sequence took maybe 4 seconds. A group at a table behind me burst into laughter, but it sounded like chipmunks, that high-pitched, sped-up noise that's instantly recognizable as unnatural. Conversations around me were happening, but they sounded like someone had recorded them and played them back at double or triple speed. I swear I wasn't drunk. I'd had maybe half a beer at this point, and I hadn't been drinking during my shift at Malone's. I wasn't high. I wasn't sleep-deprived. I wasn't anything that should explain what I was seeing. The really freaky part was that no one seemed to notice me staring. They were all just continuing with their sped-up lives. I tried to talk to the guy next to me, but when I opened my mouth, I realized I had no idea what would happen. Would I sound normal to him? Would I sound slowed down? Was I actually moving at normal speed, or was I somehow moving slowly while everyone else was normal? I checked my phone again. The clock said 2:03 a.m. I watched the seconds tick by, and they seemed to be moving at the right pace. But when I looked up at the clock on the wall behind the bar, its second hand was definitely moving faster than it should, way faster. I tried to stand up, but my legs felt heavy. Not like they were pinned down or anything, but like I was moving through molasses while everyone around me zipped around like hummingbirds. I managed to get to my feet and realized I needed to get to the bathroom, partly to splash some water on my face, partly to get away from what I was seeing. Walking to the bathroom was surreal. People moved past me in blurs. I bumped into someone and they were already 5 feet away before I could even start to apologize. The bathroom was empty, thankfully. I stood at the sink and stared at myself in the mirror. My reflection looked normal. No dilated pupils, no sweating, no obvious signs that I was having some kind of breakdown or medical event. I splashed water on my face and tried to collect my thoughts. When I came back out, it was still happening. If anything, it seemed more intense. The whole bar was like a time-lapse video, with people moving in these jerky, too-fast motions. Drinks were being drained in seconds. Conversations that should take minutes were happening in the span of heartbeats. And that sound. God, that sound. The high-pitched, chipmunk voices all around me. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakably wrong. I made my way back to my seat, concentrating on each step. I checked my phone again, 2:07 a.m. Only 4 minutes had passed since I last checked, but it felt like an hour of normal time should have gone by based on what I was seeing. I looked at my beer and realized it was still half full. I definitely hadn't drunk any while experiencing whatever this was. The scariest moment came when Carly approached me at her accelerated pace. She stopped in front of me and said something, but it was just this high-pitched gibberish that I couldn't understand. Her face looked expectant, waiting for a response. I tried to speak slowly and clearly. "I can't understand you." Her face changed from expectant to confused, but the expression flashed across her features too quickly, like watching someone's reactions on a 2x speed YouTube video. She said something else, more chipmunk talk, and then moved away quickly to help another customer. I looked around the bar again. People were paying tabs, putting on jackets, leaving in these fast-motion blurs. A guy at a table drank an entire beer in what looked like 2 gulps and less than a second. The sound system was playing music, but it was distorted into this weird, sped-up version that was barely recognizable as the song I knew was playing earlier. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. It was like someone snapped their fingers, and the world fell back into place. The conversations around me suddenly made sense again. The movements of people returned to their normal pace. The music slowed to its proper tempo. It was as if nothing had happened at all. I sat there, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to process what I'd just experienced. I looked at my phone, 2:11 a.m. The whole episode had lasted about 8 minutes according to my phone's clock, but it felt both longer and shorter somehow. Carly came back over, moving at a normal speed now. "You okay?" she asked, sounding concerned. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I didn't know what to say. How do you explain something like that? "I'm fine," I lied. "Just tired. Long shift." She nodded and moved on to other customers. I sat there for another half hour, nursing my beer, watching people carefully for any signs that they might speed up again. Nothing happened. Everything was normal. Too normal almost. Like the universe was trying too hard to convince me that what I'd experienced wasn't real. When I finally left the owl around 2:45 a.m., I felt physically fine. No headache, no dizziness, nothing that would point to a medical explanation for what I'd seen. The walk home was uneventful. The streets were quiet, the world was moving at its proper pace, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted. I've spent the past week trying to make sense of what happened. I've gone down countless internet rabbit holes looking for similar experiences. Time dilation, temporal anomalies, neurological events, psychotic episodes. None of it quite matches what I experienced. I found some accounts of people feeling like time sped up or slowed down during accidents or emergencies, but nothing where they witnessed everyone else moving at increased speed while they remained normal. The closest thing I found are these glitch-in-the-matrix stories where people experience reality breaking down in weird ways, but even those don't quite capture what I saw. This wasn't déjà vu or missing time or objects disappearing. This was witnessing reality operating at a different speed than it should, like the universe briefly changed its frame rate for everyone but me. I've gone back to the owl 3 times since then, always around the same time of night. Nothing unusual has happened. I've talked to Carly and casually asked if she noticed anything weird about that night. She just shrugged and said it was a pretty normal Friday. I haven't told anyone the full story of what happened. How could I? It sounds crazy even to me, and I'm the one who experienced it. I keep wondering if it was some kind of hallucination, or if I briefly slipped into a different version of reality where time moves differently. I'm not someone who's into supernatural explanations, but I can't come up with a rational reason for what I experienced. The thing that bothers me most is the arbitrary nature of it. There was no build-up, no warning signs, no reason it should have happened at that particular moment in that particular place. 1 second the world was normal, then for 8 minutes it wasn't, then it was normal again. No explanation, no meaning, no purpose I could discern. I keep thinking about those people in the bar, living their sped-up lives without any awareness that anything was wrong. Were they experiencing time normally from their perspective? Was I the one who slowed down while they continued at the normal pace? Or was I witnessing some kind of temporal anomaly that only I was immune to? I've checked myself for other symptoms, anything that might indicate a neurological problem or mental health issue. Nothing. I've been sleeping fine, working fine, functioning normally in every other way. It's just this one inexplicable experience that I can't get out of my head. Sometimes I catch myself watching people carefully when they move, half expecting them to suddenly speed up again. I find myself listening closely to conversations, dreading that high-pitched distortion. It's made me hyper-aware of the pace of everyday life, how long things should take, how people should sound when they talk. I don't know if it will ever happen again. Part of me hopes it does, just so I can confirm that I didn't imagine it the first time. Another part of me is terrified of experiencing it again, especially if it lasts longer or if something worse happens. For now, I'm just trying to continue with my normal routine, working shifts at Malone's, hanging out with friends, living my life. But I can't shake the feeling that I briefly saw behind the curtain of reality, witnessed some kind of glitch or malfunction in whatever system governs our existence. It was like catching the universe in the act of editing itself, adjusting its timeline without realizing someone was watching. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I would believe this story if someone else told it to me. But I know what I saw. For 8 minutes last Friday night, time wasn't working right, reality wasn't working right, and I was the only one who noticed. I keep wondering what it means. Was it a random glitch? A warning? A glimpse into how fragile our perception of reality really is? Or was it just my brain misfiring in some weird, unexplainable way? I guess I'll never know for sure. But I'll never forget the sound of those sped-up voices, or the sight of people moving too quickly through space. I'll never forget the feeling of being out of sync with the world around me, trapped in a bubble of normal time while everything else fast-forwarded around me. If anyone else has experienced something similar, I'd really like to know. I need to know I'm not alone in this. I need to know I'm not losing my mind. Because the alternative, that reality itself can randomly malfunction around us, is almost too terrifying to contemplate. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me and my friend Michael last week. I've gone over it 1,000,000 times in my head, trying to find some logical explanation, but there just isn't one. I've never been the type to believe in supernatural stuff or glitches in reality or whatever, but after what we experienced, I don't know what else to call it. It was during the annual Spring Bloom Festival at Victoria College. For anyone who doesn't know, it's this week-long celebration where the whole campus gets decorated with elaborate flower arrangements. It's actually pretty cool. The student council brings in professional florists who transform the entire building. This year was extra special because it was the 50th anniversary of the tradition. So last Wednesday, Michael and I were heading to the library to study for our upcoming finals. We'd just finished our political science lecture on the 3rd floor of the Victoria building. It was around 2:30 p.m., and the building was bustling with students moving between classes. Nothing unusual about the day. It was sunny outside. We were both completely sober. I don't even drink during weekdays, especially not before studying, and we were just having a normal conversation about the lecture. The Victoria Building is this old stone structure from the early 1900s with 4 floors, the ground floor, and then 3 numbered floors above it. What's important to understand is that we know this building like the back of our hands. We've had classes there for nearly 3 years now. The stairwell is this wide spiral affair with dark wood railings and these creaky steps that echo when you walk on them. Each floor has a distinctive look, especially during the festival. The ground floor had this massive archway of red roses at the entrance. The first floor was completely decked out in blue hydrangeas and white lilies. They had these cascading arrangements hanging from the ceiling that you literally couldn't miss. The florists had created this waterfall effect with ribbons and blue flowers flowing down the walls. The second floor had yellow sunflowers and orange marigolds arranged in these intricate patterns, and the third floor, where we had our class, was decorated with purple orchids. As we left class, we started walking down the stairs from the third floor. The stairwell windows were letting in streams of light that hit the purple orchid arrangements at the top of the stairs. I remember Michael was ahead of me, complaining about the essay we had to write. We passed the second floor. I specifically recall glancing at the sunflower arrangements as we walked by them. Here's where things get weird. We continued down the stairs, passing the landing for the second floor, and then we just stepped onto the ground floor. I didn't even notice at first because we were deep in conversation, but Michael suddenly stopped walking. "Dude, where's the first floor?" he asked, looking around confused. I laughed, thinking he was joking, but then I realized where we were. We had somehow gone directly from the stairwell between the second and first floors, straight to the ground floor entrance. The red rose archway was right in front of us. "Did we skip a floor?" I asked, feeling disoriented. "That's not possible," Michael said, looking back up the stairs. "Let's go back." So we turned around and started climbing back up. We passed the landing for what should have been the ground floor, and then we should have reached the first floor with all the blue hydrangeas. Instead, we ended up on the second floor with the sunflowers and marigolds. My stomach dropped. I can't explain the feeling of wrongness that came over me. It was like that sensation when you're half asleep and feel like you're falling, except I was wide awake. "This isn't right," I said. "Where's the first floor?" Michael was as confused as I was. Maybe we miscounted? But that was impossible. We both knew the building layout perfectly. The first floor had the language department offices, 2 computer labs, and during the festival, it was famous for having the most elaborate decorations. Those blue hydrangeas and hanging lily arrangements I mentioned. Plus, there were always students hanging out in the first floor lounge area. It was impossible to miss. We decided to go back down again, paying extremely close attention this time. We slowly descended from the second floor, counting the steps, feeling the railing beneath our hands. The stairwell between floors has about 15 steps before reaching a landing. Then it turns and continues down. We went down those 15 steps from the second floor, reached the landing, turned, and went down what should have been the steps to the first floor. But something was off. The quality of light changed subtly, and the sounds of the building seemed to shift. There was a moment, I swear I'm not making this up, where everything seemed to blur slightly, like when you stand up too fast and get dizzy. And then we were suddenly on the ground floor again, standing in front of the rose archway. "What the fuck?" Michael whispered. His face had gone pale. I checked my phone. It was 2:43 p.m. We'd only been in the stairwell for about 10 minutes, but it felt much longer. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were doing renovations and had temporarily closed the first floor, but that made no sense. There had been no announcements, no construction signs, and besides, where would all the classrooms and offices have gone? "Let's try one more time," I said, feeling a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. We went back up the stairs again, slowly and deliberately. This time we counted out loud. Ground floor, as we passed the entrance with the roses, then up to what should be the first floor. But again, it wasn't there. We went straight from the ground floor landing to the second floor with the sunflowers. Michael started freaking out a little. "Sam, this isn't normal. Buildings don't just lose entire floors." We stood there on the second floor landing, both trying to process what was happening. The yellow sunflowers seemed to be watching us. A couple of students walked past, giving us weird looks as we stood frozen in the stairwell. "Maybe we should ask someone?" I suggested. Michael nodded, and we stopped a girl who was heading to class. "Hey, sorry to bother you, but how many floors does this building have?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked at us like we were idiots. 4, obviously. Ground and 3 above. "And the first floor has all the blue flowers right now, right? For the festival?" Michael pressed. "Yeah, the hydrangeas. Are you guys okay?" She seemed concerned, probably thinking we were high or something. We thanked her and she walked away. Michael and I looked at each other, both completely lost for words. "Let's try one more time," he said. "But this time, let's not talk, not get distracted, just focus on the stairs." So we did. We went back to the stairwell and began our descent from the second floor. Step by step, we moved down slowly, hyper-aware of our surroundings. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. The wooden stairs creaked beneath our weight. We reached the landing where the first floor should begin. And then something changed. The air felt different, heavier somehow, like the pressure had shifted. There was a subtle disorientation, almost like the floor tilted slightly beneath our feet. I grabbed the railing to steady myself, and then, as if it had been there all along, we were on the first floor. The blue hydrangeas were everywhere. The cascading lily arrangements hung from the ceiling. Students were sitting in the lounge area. Everything was completely normal, as if nothing had ever been wrong. Michael and I just stood there staring at the floor that had vanished twice and now mysteriously reappeared. "Was it always here?" I whispered, not trusting my own perceptions anymore. I don't know," Michael replied, his voice shaking slightly. We walked around the first floor in a daze. Everything was exactly as it should be. The computer labs were there. The language department offices had people coming in and out. The elaborate floral decorations were intact. It was as if the floor had never disappeared at all. I checked my phone again, 2:58 p.m. We'd spent nearly half an hour in the stairwell, going up and down, trying to find a floor that had somehow temporarily ceased to exist. We decided to continue down to the ground floor, both of us silent and shaken. When we reached it, everything was normal there too. The rose archway, students milling about, nothing out of place. Once outside, we finally spoke again. "That wasn't just me, right?" I asked. "The first floor was gone and then it wasn't." Michael nodded slowly. "It was gone, twice. And then it came back like nothing happened." We spent the rest of the day trying to rationalize what we'd experienced. Maybe it was some kind of shared hallucination, but we were both completely sober. Sleep deprivation? We'd both gotten normal amounts of sleep. Some kind of elaborate prank? But how would anyone hide an entire floor and then bring it back in minutes? I've gone back to that stairwell every day since then, half expecting the first floor to vanish again, but everything has remained stubbornly normal. The festival ended yesterday, and they took down all the flower arrangements. The building is back to its usual self. But I can't let it go. I keep replaying those moments in my head. The sensation of walking downstairs and skipping an entire floor. The disorientation. The sudden reappearance of something that should never have been able to disappear in the first place. Michael and I have told a couple of close friends, but they obviously think we're making it up or we're somehow confused. How do you explain to someone that you experienced a building temporarily reshape itself? that an entire floor with classrooms, offices, and dozens of people briefly ceased to exist? I've researched similar experiences online and found stories about glitches in the matrix or spatial anomalies, but nothing quite like what we experienced. I'm not saying it was supernatural or that we slipped into another dimension or anything that dramatic. All I know is that on a completely ordinary Wednesday afternoon, in a building I know intimately, an entire floor vanished twice and then reappeared as if nothing had happened. I go up and down those stairs almost every day now, and I can't help but count the floors each time, half afraid that something will be missing again. The worst part isn't even what happened. It's not knowing why it happened or if it could happen again. What if next time it's not just a floor that disappears? What if it's something bigger, something more important? I don't have any answers. No explanation that makes sense. Just the lingering feeling that for a brief window of time last Wednesday, the normal rules of reality took a break, and Michael and I were the only ones who noticed. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since it happened, and I'm writing this at 3:42 a.m. because the nightmares won't stop. I need to get this out somewhere, even if no one believes me. I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't lived through it. I was driving back from my ex-brother-in-law Jake's wedding on Mackinac Island. Yeah, awkward situation to begin with, attending your ex-wife's brother's wedding. But Jake and I always got along well, even after the divorce, and he specifically asked me to come. Said it wouldn't feel right without me there. Carol, my ex, was civil enough, though things are still tense between us. The wedding itself was nice. Typical summer island affair with the ferry ride over, horses everywhere, no cars allowed on the island, and way too much champagne at the reception. I stayed the night at the hotel, and by Sunday morning, I was ready to make the long drive back home to Grand Rapids. I took the ferry back to St. Ignace around noon and hit the road in my 2014 Jeep Wrangler. For those who don't know Michigan, the Upper Peninsula is beautiful but isolated. Miles of pine forests, rocky shorelines, and not many people. Cell reception is spotty at best. It's about a 5-hour drive from Mackinac to Grand Rapids, and I was making good time. About 2 hours in, I was cruising down US 2, which runs along Lake Michigan. The view is spectacular. Blue water on one side, dense forest on the other. I had the windows down, the radio playing some classic rock station, and I was finally relaxing after the social tension of the wedding weekend. I'd grabbed a Gatorade at my last stop and had it in the passenger seat cup holder. I reached for it without looking, but my fingers just brushed against it, knocking it over. The bottle rolled away toward the floor on the passenger side. Stupid, I know, but I took my eyes off the road for maybe 2 seconds and leaned over to grab it. That's when everything changed. I was going about 80 mph. Yeah, I know that's over the limit. The road was empty and straight. When I leaned over, I must have pulled the steering wheel slightly to the right because the Jeep swerved. I felt the tires catch the shoulder, that sudden drop where pavement meets gravel. I jerked back up, yanking the wheel left to correct. Too hard. The Jeep fishtailed. I felt the back end swing out. I tried to counter-steer but overcorrected again. The world tilted sideways as the Jeep began to roll. I remember everything with this weird clarity, the sensation of weightlessness as the Jeep left the road, the deafening sounds, metal crumpling, glass shattering, my body slamming against the seatbelt, then the door, then the roof as the Jeep rolled. I remember counting, 1 flip, 2 flips, then the third sending me off the road entirely and into the tree line. The impact with the first pine tree tore through the frame of the Jeep like it was cardboard. I felt a sharp, white-hot pain in my left side as something punctured through the door and into my ribs. The airbags deployed, punching me in the face with this burning chemical smell. The rolling stopped with the Jeep on its side, driver's side down. I was hanging from my seatbelt, blood running into my eyes. The pain was indescribable. Each breath felt like being stabbed. Something was definitely broken inside me. Multiple somethings. I couldn't move my legs. They were pinned under the crushed steering column. The smell around me was overwhelming. Gasoline, burned rubber, pine sap from the broken trees, and the coppery scent of my own blood. I tried to reach for my phone, but my arms wouldn't cooperate properly. My right shoulder was definitely dislocated. The phone had been in the cup holder. Now it was somewhere in the wreckage, probably shattered like everything else. No one would find me for hours, maybe days. US 2 isn't exactly busy, especially in the sections that run through the forest rather than along the lake shore. And I had veered well off the road through underbrush that would hide the wreckage from passing cars. I started to panic. I kept thinking about my son, Ethan. He's only 8. After the divorce, I get him on weekends and Wednesdays. He was supposed to come over on Friday. Carol would be worried when I didn't check in, but she'd just assume I was being irresponsible. By the time anyone realized something was seriously wrong, it would be too late. The pain was getting worse, each breath shorter than the last. I could feel fluid gathering in my lungs, internal bleeding probably. I remember thinking, this is how I die, in a Jeep in the middle of nowhere because I reached for a fucking Gatorade. The panic gave way to a strange calm. They say your life flashes before your eyes, but it wasn't like that. Instead, I saw all the moments that would never happen. Ethan's high school graduation, meeting whoever he ends up marrying someday, grandkids I'll never hold, all these possible futures just gone. I closed my eyes. The pain was distant now, my breathing shallow. I knew I was dying, and there was nothing I could do about it. I accepted it. My last thought was hoping Ethan would remember me well, and then I was back on the road, not slowly, not gradually, in an instant. 1 second I was dying in a mangled Jeep, and the next I was behind the wheel, swerving slightly as I reached for the Gatorade that had fallen to the passenger floor. I jerked upright, heart pounding. The Jeep swerved a bit but stayed on the road. I gripped the wheel with white knuckles, eased off the gas, and pulled over to the shoulder, hands shaking so badly I could barely manage it. What the actual fuck had just happened? I sat there hyperventilating, checking myself for injuries. Nothing, not a scratch. No pain in my ribs, no dislocated shoulder. Just me, sweating profusely, with my heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest. I got out of the Jeep on wobbly legs and threw up on the side of the road. The Jeep was fine, no dents, no broken glass, nothing to suggest it had just been wrapped around a pine tree. I walked around it 3 times, running my hands over the metal, unable to believe what I was seeing. Had I fallen asleep at the wheel? Had it been some kind of micro-sleep, a vivid dream? But I wasn't tired, and it had felt so real. The pain, the smells, the sounds, the emotional journey from panic to acceptance. Everything. After about 20 minutes of sitting on the shoulder trying to process what had happened, I got back in the Jeep. I drove the rest of the way home at exactly 55 miles per hour, both hands on the wheel, stopping every hour just to be safe. When I got home, I called Carol. I needed to talk to someone, and despite our issues, she knows me better than anyone. I told her what happened, trying to explain how real it had felt, how certain I was that I had actually died out there. She laughed, said I was making up stories, that I always had an active imagination. When I insisted, she got annoyed, said I was trying to get attention or sympathy from her. We argued. I hung up. Next, I called my best friend, Mike. He listened more patiently but suggested I might have nodded off for a second. Said it was probably just an intrusive thought my brain had spun into a detailed scenario in that microsecond where I lost focus on the road. He reminded me I'd had a stressful weekend dealing with Carol and her family, and that stress and fatigue can do weird things to your mind. Maybe they're right. Maybe it was all in my head. But how do you explain something that felt so viscerally real? I remember the specific way the metal sounded as it collided with the first pine tree. This high-pitched screech followed by a deeper crunch. I remember the exact angle of the sun through the shattered windshield, creating these rainbow prisms in the glass fragments that hung in the air during the roll. I remember the pressure of the seatbelt against my chest as it saved me from being thrown out, and then the way it cut into my shoulder as I hung suspended in the overturned Jeep. I remember how my body felt as it began to shut down, the cold spreading from my extremities inward, the difficult, shallow breaths, the strange detachment that came in those final moments. How do you dream up or hallucinate these specific details if you've never experienced them? What's really freaking me out is that I looked it up, and apparently there's a concept called quantum immortality. The idea is that consciousness can only experience worlds where it survives. If there are multiple timelines or universes and you die in one, your consciousness simply continues in a timeline where you survived. Did I die on US2 3 weeks ago? Did my consciousness just slip into a different timeline where I managed to correct the swerve in time? Is there a version of me still out there in the woods, undiscovered, while my son wonders why his dad never came home? I've driven past the spot twice since then, pulled over and walked through the trees where I swear the Jeep crashed. Nothing. No broken branches, no disturbed earth, no sign a vehicle ever left the road there. But I know what I experienced. I died that day. I felt life leave my body. And somehow, I'm still here. I've started keeping a journal of small differences I notice, things that don't match my memories from before the accident. Nothing major. A restaurant in town that I thought had a blue awning now has a green one. A co-worker's name that I could have sworn was Jennifer is actually Jenna. Little things that make me question if this is exactly the same world I was in before. I haven't told anyone else. How could I? They'd think I was crazy. Hell, maybe I am crazy. But the memories won't fade. They're not getting less vivid with time like dreams do. If anything, they're becoming more detailed as I process what happened. The worst part is the fear. Every time I get in a car now, I wonder if this is the day it actually sticks, the day I don't get a second chance. Or maybe I'll keep experiencing death after death, each time slipping into a new timeline where I narrowly escape, carrying the trauma of each death with me. I've started seeing a therapist, but I haven't told her the whole story yet, just that I had a near miss on the highway that's giving me anxiety. She thinks it's standard PTSD from a scary moment. She has no idea I'm questioning the nature of reality itself. I don't know why I'm even writing this out. Maybe I just need someone, anyone, to consider that I'm not making this up or misremembering. I died on US2 in Michigan's Upper Peninsula 3 weeks ago. I experienced my own death in vivid, excruciating detail. And yet, here I am. What do you do when you're the only one who knows you died? I've been sitting on this experience for almost 4 years now. and it still makes me question reality every time I think about it. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural. I was always the skeptic in my family, the one who'd roll my eyes when my cousins would tell ghost stories. But what happened that night in 2019 completely shattered my understanding of what's possible in our world. It was a Friday night in October, and my mom had invited my two cousins over for a sleepover weekend while their parents were out of town. Jake was 15 then, only a year younger than me, and his little brother Ethan was 6. We were all pretty close despite the age gap. My dad was away on a business trip, so it was just us and my mom in our suburban home in Michigan. After dinner, we decided to watch a horror movie, The Crazies. Looking back, probably not the best choice with a 6-year-old around, but Ethan insisted he was brave enough, and my mom said it was fine as long as he sat between us. The movie isn't the scariest by today's standards, but it definitely put us all on edge. There's something about that film, the way normal people just snap and turn violent without warning, that gets under your skin. By the time the credits rolled, it was around 10:30 p.m. We were all hungry again, teenagers, right? And Mom suggested we go to Wendy's drive-thru since it was open late. I was excited because I'd been craving their spicy chicken sandwich all week. "Let me just grab my purse and jacket from upstairs and we'll head out," Mom said, standing up from the couch. Our house has a pretty simple layout. The living room where we were watching the movie connects to an entry hallway with the staircase. The only way upstairs is through this main staircase, which is visible from where we were sitting. The garage connects to the house through the kitchen, which is on the opposite side of the living room from the stairs. Important detail, there's literally no way to get from upstairs to the garage without coming down the main stairs and passing through the living room or entry hall where we were all waiting. There's no back staircase, no alternative route, nothing like that. So Mom went upstairs and the three of us moved to the entryway to wait for her. Jake was scrolling through his phone, I was putting on my shoes, and little Ethan was excitedly talking about what toy he wanted from his kid's meal. We were positioned right at the bottom of the stairs. You couldn't come down without walking right past us. 5 minutes passed, then 10. "What's taking her so long?" Jake asked, not looking up from his phone. I shrugged. "Mom," I called up the stairs, "we're starving down here." No response. I figured she was probably changing clothes, or maybe got distracted by something in her room. My mom tends to get sidetracked easily. She'll go upstairs for one thing and end up reorganizing her entire closet. That's when we heard it. A distinct thump coming from the direction of the garage, followed by what sounded like something being dragged across the floor. We all froze. Ethan grabbed my hand, his eyes wide. "What was that?" he whispered. "Probably just the water heater," I said automatically, though our water heater had never made sounds like that before. Another thump, louder this time, and then the unmistakable sound of car keys jingling. Jake and I exchanged looks. "Is your mom in the garage?" he asked. "She can't be," I said. "She went upstairs. We would have seen her come down." But the sounds continued, muffled but definitely human movement. "Mom?" I called up the stairs again, louder this time. Nothing. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. After watching that horror movie, my imagination was in overdrive. I remembered how in The Crazies, the infected people would move strangely, hide in unexpected places. "I'm going to check upstairs," I told my cousins. "Stay here." Jake nodded, putting his arm around Ethan, who was now looking genuinely scared. I climbed the stairs, calling out for my mom again. The second floor was completely dark, except for a sliver of light coming from my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. The door was halfway open. "Mom, are you up here?" My voice sounded small in the darkness. I flipped on the hallway light and headed toward my parents' room. The door creaked as I pushed it open fully, revealing an empty room. The closet door was open, and I could see my mom had been in there. A few clothing hangers were disturbed and her jewelry box was open, but she wasn't there. I checked the bathroom, the guest room, my room, even under the beds. Nothing. The entire second floor was empty. The realization hit me. My mom wasn't upstairs. But she hadn't come down the stairs either. We would have seen her, so where was she? Meanwhile, the noises from the garage were getting louder and more distinct. Definitely someone moving around in there. I hurried back downstairs to find Jake and Ethan still standing exactly where I'd left them, their faces pale. "She's not up there," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "But we heard," Jake started. "I know," I cut him off, not wanting to scare Ethan more than he already was. But the little guy wasn't stupid. "There's someone in the garage," Ethan whispered, clutching Jake's hand. Another loud thump from the garage made us all jump. "We need to check," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "What if it's a crazy person?" Ethan asked, his voice trembling. The movie had clearly gotten to him. "It's probably just Mom," I said, though I had no explanation for how she could have gotten there. "But how?" Jake asked, echoing my thoughts. "We've been standing here the whole time. There's no way she could have come down without us seeing her." We stood there frozen in indecision until Jake suddenly nudged Ethan forward. "Go check the garage," he said, half joking, half serious. "No!" Ethan squealed, backing up against the wall. "Jake, stop it!" I snapped. "I'll go." But before I could move, we heard the unmistakable sound of the interior garage door handle turning. The three of us huddled together, paralyzed with a mixture of fear and confusion. The door swung open, and there was my mom, holding her purse and wearing the jacket she'd gone upstairs to get. She looked surprised to see us all staring at her like we'd seen a ghost. "What's wrong with you three?" she asked, her eyebrows raised. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you ready to go?" My jaw literally dropped. "Mom," I managed to say, "how did you get in the garage?" She gave me a strange look. "What do you mean? I walked past you guys a few minutes ago. I told you I needed to grab something from the car." Jake and I exchanged bewildered glances. Ethan was shaking his head vigorously. "No," Jake said firmly. "You didn't. You went upstairs and never came back down. We've been standing right here the entire time." My mom laughed, but I could tell she was starting to get uncomfortable with our intensity. "Don't be silly. I definitely walked right past you. You must have been distracted by your phones or something." "Mom, I was just upstairs looking for you," I insisted. "All the rooms are empty, and we've been standing right at the bottom of the stairs this whole time. There's no way you could have come down without us seeing you." The smile faded from her face. "Rebecca, stop it. This isn't funny." "We're not joking," Jake added. "We heard noises from the garage and got scared because we knew you were supposed to be upstairs." My mom's expression changed from annoyed to concerned. She looked between our three serious faces. "You're really not messing with me? Because I swear I walked right past you all. You were standing right here, just like now. I even said, 'I need to grab something from the car real quick.'" But none of us had heard her say that. None of us had seen her come down those stairs or walk past us to the kitchen and garage. It was physically impossible. I felt sick to my stomach. "That's not what happened, Mom." We stood there in the hallway, the four of us locked in this impossible standoff. The atmosphere was thick with confusion and something else. Fear. Not the superficial fear you get from watching a horror movie, but deep existential fear. the kind that makes you question reality itself. "Let's just go get food," my mom finally said, her voice unnaturally bright. "You're all hungry and imagining things." We did go to Wendy's that night, but the car ride was silent and tense. Ethan kept looking at my mom like she might suddenly transform into something else. Jake was lost in thought, constantly shaking his head slightly as if trying to make sense of what had happened. I just felt numb. Over our late-night dinner, my mom tried to laugh it off, suggesting that the movie had made us paranoid. But her laugh was forced, and I could tell she was disturbed by our insistence that something impossible had occurred. "Maybe I was really quiet," she suggested, taking a bite of her burger. "Or maybe you all zoned out for a minute. That happens sometimes, you know." But it hadn't happened. The three of us compared notes when Mom went to the bathroom. We had been alert, waiting impatiently to leave for food. There had been no gap in our awareness, no moment where all three of us had somehow failed to notice her coming down the stairs and walking right past us. "Could there be another staircase we don't know about?" Jake whispered. I shook my head. "I've lived in this house my entire life. There's only one way down from the second floor." "Then how did she get to the garage?" Ethan asked, his eyes wide. None of us had an answer. When we got home, I couldn't sleep. I lay in my bed, replaying the events over and over, trying to find a logical explanation. Had we all experienced some kind of shared hallucination? Was there a secret passage in our house I didn't know about? Could my mom have somehow climbed out a window and entered through the garage from outside? I got up around 3 a.m. and checked every inch of our house. No hidden passages. No way to get from upstairs to the garage without using the main stairs. The second floor windows were all locked from the inside, and anyway, it would have been impossible for my mom to climb down from the second floor without equipment. The next morning, over breakfast, my mom tried to dismiss the whole thing again. "You kids and your imaginations," she said, flipping pancakes. "I think we need to lay off the horror movies for a while." But I could tell it was bothering her too. Throughout the day, I caught her looking at the staircase thoughtfully, as if trying to retrace her steps from the night before. That afternoon, when my cousins were playing video games in the living room, I cornered her in the kitchen. "Mom, seriously, how did you get to the garage last night without coming down the stairs?" She stopped loading the dishwasher and turned to me. For a moment, she looked genuinely troubled. "Rebecca, I don't know what to tell you. In my memory, I came downstairs, told you all I needed to grab something from the car, walked through the kitchen to the garage, got what I needed, and came back out. That's what happened." "But it's not possible," I insisted. "We would have seen you." She sighed deeply. "Look, I don't have an explanation. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Maybe you three are remembering wrong. Can we please just drop it?" We did drop it, at least out loud, but none of us have forgotten. My cousins went home that Sunday, and we made a pact not to tell anyone else about what happened. Who would believe us anyway? Even now, 4 years later, Jake and I still bring it up occasionally when we see each other. Ethan, now 10, says he still gets scared thinking about it. As for me, I've spent countless hours researching possible explanations. The closest I've come is something called dimensional jumping, or the theory that parallel realities can sometimes overlap. Could my mom have briefly slipped into another dimension where she did walk past us, then somehow merged back into our reality in the garage? It sounds insane typing it out like this, but what other explanation is there? The rational part of my brain says there must be a logical explanation, some trick of perception or memory that affected all three of us simultaneously. But another part of me knows what we experienced was real. 3 people don't hallucinate the exact same thing at the exact same time. What scares me most isn't the possibility that my mom somehow teleported or walked through walls. It's the idea that reality itself isn't as solid or reliable as we think it is, that the laws of physics we take for granted can simply glitch. If that happened once, what's to stop it from happening again? What other impossible things might be possible? I still live in that house with my parents. I still use those stairs every day. And sometimes when I'm home alone and hear a noise from somewhere I know should be empty, I freeze, wondering if it's happening again, if someone I love is somehow bending the rules of reality without even knowing it. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. I probably wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't lived through it. But I swear on everything I value that every word is true. My mom walked through walls that night, or teleported, or slipped between dimensions, whatever you want to call it, and I have no explanation for how or why it happened. All I know is that ever since that night, I've never been completely sure of anything, not even the solid ground beneath my feet. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer at Camp Whispering Pines. This was 3 years ago when I was 19, working as the archery range supervisor. It wasn't some crazy ghost story or anything like that, but honestly, it freaked me out more than any campfire tale ever could, because I can't explain it. I've always been the rational type, not the kind of person who jumps to supernatural explanations. But this made me question everything I thought I knew about how the world works. It happened on a Tuesday in mid-July. The weather was perfect, not too hot, with just enough cloud cover to keep the sun from beating down on us. I'd been running the archery range for about 6 weeks at that point, so I had my routine down solid. Every morning I'd get to the range around 7:30, check all the equipment, set up the targets, and get everything ready for the day's sessions. That particular day, we had a mixed group of scouts and parents coming through for their morning rotation. I remember feeling good that day. I'd gotten decent sleep, the mosquitoes hadn't been too bad the night before, and the cafeteria had actually made decent eggs for breakfast. Just a normal day at camp. The group showed up right on schedule at 9 a.m. About 20 scouts, ranging from maybe 11 to 15 years old, and 5 parents who were helping out as chaperones. I went through my standard safety briefing. Don't step over the firing line until I give the all clear. Keep arrows pointed downrange, proper stance and grip technique, all that stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary. I divided everyone into 2 groups since we had 12 firing positions. The first group would shoot while the second watched and waited their turn. Among the first group was this dad and his son. I think the kid's name was Ethan or Evan, something with an E. The dad was a big guy, probably in his early 40s, wearing this faded red camp t-shirt and cargo shorts. His son was maybe 12. Skinny with these oversized glasses that kept sliding down his nose. I remember them because the dad was super enthusiastic, one of those parents who's clearly trying to make this father-son bonding experience work, you know? They were stationed at position 5, right in the middle of the firing line. I'd just given the command to knock arrows, and everyone was getting ready for their first round of shots. I was standing behind the line, positioned so I could scan the whole range and make sure everyone was following proper form and safety protocols. That's when it happened. I was looking directly at position 5 when I saw something black fall to the ground between the dad and his son. It wasn't thrown or dropped from a height. It just seemed to fall from about waist level. The movement caught my eye immediately because nothing should be falling from anyone's equipment during a session unless something broke. I walked over, thinking maybe something had come loose from one of their bows. What I found was a black plastic cable guard, the rod that sticks out from the side of a compound bow and holds the cables away from the arrow path. It was just lying there on the ground between them. For anyone who doesn't know archery equipment, a cable guard is not something that just falls off. These things are solidly attached to the bow with metal screws or bolts, and they're integrated with the bow's string and cable system. A bow can't function without one, and no bow has an extra one just hanging around. I picked it up, feeling the familiar weight and texture in my hand. It was a standard cable guard about 6 inches long, made of black plastic with a slight curve to it. Completely unremarkable except for the fact that it shouldn't exist. "Did this fall from your bow?" I asked the dad. He looked confused. "No, I don't think so. My bow seems fine." I checked his compound bow. The cable guard was firmly attached. Then I checked his son's. Same thing, perfectly intact. I glanced around at the other archers, but everyone else was in the middle of drawing or aiming. No one seemed to be having equipment issues. That's weird," I said, trying to sound casual while my brain was starting to race. "I'll just hold on to this." I pocketed the cable guard and continued supervising the session, but my mind was elsewhere. I kept wondering where the hell it had come from. After the session ended and the group moved on to their next activity, I did a thorough check of all the bows on the range. Every single bow had its cable guard intact. Not one was missing. I felt this weird chill run down my spine. I decided to check the storage shed where we kept the backup equipment and the bows that needed repair. I counted every single bow in our inventory. All 28 compound bows at the camp had their cable guards firmly attached. None were broken, and none had been modified or repaired recently. Here's the thing that really got to me. At the beginning of the summer, I had personally inventoried and inspected every piece of equipment. I knew exactly how many bows we had and what condition they were in. We didn't have any spare parts lying around. If something broke, we ordered replacements from the supplier, and we certainly didn't have any loose cable guards. So where did this one come from? I sat in the storage shed for a good 15 minutes, turning the cable guard over in my hands. It was completely ordinary, the same model that came with most of our compound bows. There was a small scratch near one end and some wear that suggested it had been used, but otherwise it was unremarkable, and it absolutely should not exist. For lunch, I went to the dining hall but couldn't really eat. I kept thinking about what I'd seen. The cable guard had materialized out of nowhere. I hadn't imagined it. I was holding physical proof in my pocket, but it didn't make any sense. After lunch, I decided to find the dad and son to ask if they'd noticed anything unusual. Maybe they had brought personal equipment or had seen something I missed. I found them at the lake during free swim. "Hey, sorry to bother you," I said to the dad as he watched his son splash around with the other scouts, "about that black piece that fell on the ground this morning during archery." "What piece?" he asked, looking genuinely confused. "The cable guard," I said. "The black plastic rod that fell between you and your son at the archery range." He shook his head. "I don't remember anything falling." "Is there a problem with the equipment?" No problem," I said quickly. "I just wanted to make sure everything was okay with your bow." "Seemed fine to me," he said with a shrug. "We had a great time. Ethan hit the bullseye twice." So his name was Ethan, but more importantly, he hadn't seen the cable guard fall. I wondered if I should pursue it further, maybe ask the son, but the dad was already looking at me like I was a bit weird, so I just thanked him and walked away. I spent the rest of the day going about my duties, but I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. That evening, after the campfire program, I went back to the range with a flashlight. I searched every inch of the firing line, looking for any clue that might explain where the cable guard had come from. Nothing. In my tent that night, I examined the cable guard again under my flashlight. It was completely real, not some hallucination or trick of the light. It had weight and texture and all the little manufacturing details you'd expect. I compared it to the one on my personal bow, and it was identical except for the wear patterns. I barely slept that night. I kept turning over possibilities in my mind. Could someone have ordered spare parts without telling me? No, I managed the archery budget and inventory. Could it have fallen from someone's pocket? Why would anyone be carrying around a single cable guard? Could it have been left over from previous years? No, we'd cleaned out and reorganized the entire shed at the start of summer. The next morning, I even went to the camp director to ask if anyone had reported a broken bow or missing parts. Nothing. According to the records and everyone's knowledge, all archery equipment was accounted for and in working order. For the rest of the summer, I kept that cable guard in a small box in my backpack. Sometimes at night I'd take it out and look at it, still trying to make sense of what had happened. I checked and double-checked our inventory multiple times. I asked the assistant range master if he'd seen anything unusual. I even subtly questioned the other scouts who had been at the range that day. No one had seen anything strange, and no one could account for where this extra cable guard had come from. By the end of the summer, I still had no explanation. I took the cable guard home with me, and I still have it to this day, sitting in my desk drawer. Sometimes I take it out just to make sure it's still real, that I didn't imagine the whole thing. I've spent countless hours thinking about what could have happened. The only explanation that makes any sense, which is to say, it doesn't make any sense at all, is that somehow this object appeared out of nowhere, or maybe from somewhere else. Another dimension, some parallel universe where a bow did break that day and the cable guard somehow crossed over into our reality. I know how crazy that sounds. Trust me, I do. I've always been skeptical of supernatural or paranormal claims. I believe in science and rational explanations. But I've run out of rational explanations for what I experienced. It wasn't a threatening event. No one got hurt. No ghostly apparition appeared. No spooky voice whispered in my ear. Just a perfectly ordinary piece of archery equipment that shouldn't exist, materializing out of thin air right in front of me. And that's what makes it so unsettling, because if something as mundane as a cable guard can appear from nowhere, what does that say about the stability of everything else around us? What does it say about reality itself? Since that day, I've read about quantum physics, multiverse theories, and glitches in reality. I've gone down internet rabbit holes about objects disappearing and reappearing, about people experiencing moments where the laws of physics seem to temporarily suspend. Some call them glitches in the matrix or reality shifts. Before my experience, I would have dismissed these stories as delusions or fabrications. Now, I'm not so sure. I still work at summer camps, though not at Whispering Pines. I still supervise archery ranges. Everything is normal, but sometimes, when I'm standing behind the firing line watching kids shoot, I find myself scanning the ground, half expecting to see something else appear from nowhere. So far, it hasn't happened again. The rational part of my brain still tries to come up with explanations. Maybe I missed something. Maybe I was more tired than I realized that day. Maybe there's a perfectly logical explanation that I just haven't thought of yet. But then I open my desk drawer and look at that cable guard, and I know what I saw. Something impossible happened that day at Camp Whispering Pines. An object appeared that couldn't possibly exist, and 3 years later I still don't know how or why. Sometimes I wonder if that dad and his son Ethan ever think about that day. Do they have any idea that they were at the center of something inexplicable? Probably not. To them, it was just another fun day at scout camp, a chance to practice archery and spend time together. They never saw the cable guard fall. They never knew about the mystery. Only I did. And every time I pick up a bow, I can't help but wonder, is our reality really as solid as we think it is? Or are there cracks sometimes? Moments where things slip through from somewhere else? I don't know. But what I do know is that on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday in July, I watched something impossible happen. And nothing has seemed quite the same since. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened last week. Honestly, I haven't slept properly since, and I keep second-guessing myself even though I know what I saw. I've never believed in the paranormal or anything like that, but now I'm not so sure what to believe anymore. It was Wednesday, September 8th, just a few days after our Labor Day barbecue. The weather had been perfect that weekend, not too hot, with a gentle breeze that made having people over in our backyard actually enjoyable instead of a sweaty nightmare. We'd invited about 15 friends and neighbors over, nothing too crazy, just grilling and hanging out. We have this high-top tiled table that we usually keep on our back porch. It's pretty heavy, like it takes 2 people to move it comfortably. It has this ceramic tile top with a metal frame, and the legs make this distinctive scraping sound when you drag it across the concrete. My partner Mark and I bought it at a garage sale 3 years ago, and it's been perfect for our small gatherings. After the barbecue, Mark decided to move the table to the garage to make room for some porch furniture his mom was giving us. I remember watching him struggle with it Monday morning before he left for work, sort of half dragging, half carrying it through the side yard to the garage. I offered to help, but he insisted he had it under control. Typical Mark, being stubborn. Fast forward to Wednesday afternoon. I'd taken a half day off work to catch up on some house stuff. The new furniture from Mark's mom was supposed to arrive Thursday, so I wanted to clean the porch thoroughly before it came. It was around 3:30 p.m., and I was watering the potted plants along the edge of the porch. I distinctly remember stepping back and looking at the empty space where the table usually sat and thinking how much roomier the porch looked without it. I even said out loud to myself, "Wow, we should have moved that table ages ago." It's weird the things you remember clearly, right? After watering, I realized I needed to measure the space for the new furniture. I couldn't remember where I'd put the tape measure, so I figured it might be in the garage with Mark's tools. As I walked to the garage, I was mentally listing all the things I still needed to do that afternoon: finish the laundry, prep dinner, call my sister back. I unlocked the side door to the garage and flipped on the light. Our garage is always a mess. Boxes of holiday decorations, tools everywhere, bikes hanging from hooks. I started looking around for the tape measure, and that's when I noticed the table wasn't there. I remember thinking, that's weird, and wondering if Mark had moved it somewhere else in the garage. I spent a good 5 minutes looking around, even checking behind some boxes and the lawnmower, thinking maybe he'd tucked it away somewhere, but it definitely wasn't there. I figured Mark must have moved it somewhere else in the yard before he left for his business trip Tuesday morning, though I couldn't imagine where. Our yard isn't that big. I gave up on finding both the table and the tape measure, locked the garage door behind me, and went back inside through the kitchen door. I left the door open to let in some fresh air while I started doing the dishes that had piled up from breakfast. From where I was standing at the sink, I had a clear view of most of the backyard through the screen door. I was about halfway through the dishes, my hands covered in soap, when I heard it. This loud metallic bang from outside. It wasn't like a car backfiring or a door slamming. It was distinctive, like something heavy had been dropped. I jumped, splashing soapy water all over my shirt, and immediately looked out toward the porch. And there it was, the table, right there on our back porch, about 12 feet from where I was standing. I froze, my hands still dripping with dishwater. The table was balanced precariously on the edge of the stone steps that lead down to the yard, like someone had hastily put it down without making sure it was stable. It was positioned awkwardly, not where we normally kept it. My first thought was that Mark must have come home early from his trip and was moving things around. But that made no sense. He was in Detroit for a conference and wasn't due back until Friday. Plus, his car wasn't in the driveway. "Mark," I called out, but of course there was no answer. I dried my hands quickly on a dish towel and went outside, my heart starting to pound. I looked around the yard, expecting to see someone, a neighbor maybe, or a friend who had a key. But there was no one. Our back gate was padlocked from the inside, as it always is. The only other entrance to our backyard is through the garage side door, which I had just locked minutes earlier. I stood there staring at the table, trying to make sense of it. Had it been there all along and I just hadn't noticed it? No, that was impossible. I had literally just been watering plants on that very porch, commenting on how nice it looked without the table. There was no way I would have missed it. It's a bulky piece of furniture in a small space. My next thought was that someone must have lifted it over the fence, but that didn't make any sense either. Our fence is 6 feet tall, and like I said, this table is heavy and awkward. Even two strong people would struggle to lift it over a fence without making noise or damaging something. I pulled out my phone and called Mark. He answered on the 4th ring, sounding distracted. "Hey, what's up? I'm about to go into another session." "Are you home?" I asked, knowing full well he wasn't. "What?" "No, I'm in Detroit. You know that." "Is everything okay?" "The table," I said, my voice shaking a little. "The high-top table that you moved to the garage. It's on the porch." There was a pause. "What do you mean?" "I put it in the garage on Monday before I left." "I know, but now it's on the porch. Did you ask someone to move it back?" "No," he said, sounding confused. "Why would I do that? We're getting Mom's furniture tomorrow." I felt a chill creep up my spine. "So you haven't been home, and you didn't ask anyone to come over and move the table?" "No, of course not. Liz, what's going on?" I explained what had happened, how I'd been looking for the table in the garage just minutes earlier, how I'd heard the bang, and how the table had suddenly appeared on the porch. "Are you sure you didn't just miss it when you were in the garage?" Mark asked, trying to sound reasonable. "Maybe it was behind something." "It's a kitchen table, Mark, not a screwdriver. It wasn't in the garage. I looked everywhere." Okay, he said, and I could tell he was trying to come up with a logical explanation. "Maybe someone did come over. Did you check if anything's missing from the house?" I hadn't even considered that possibility. I quickly walked through the house, checking for any signs of disturbance or missing valuables. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. My laptop was still on the coffee table, my wallet was on the counter, and the tablet we usually keep in the kitchen drawer was still there. I went back outside to examine the table more closely. It was definitely our table. Same tile pattern, same wobbly leg that Mark had been meaning to fix. I pushed it slightly and it made that familiar scraping sound against the concrete. This wasn't some identical replacement. This was our actual table. I called Mark back. Nothing's missing and all the doors are locked. The gate is still padlocked from the inside. That's strange, he admitted. Look, I'm really supposed to be in this session. Can we talk about this later? Maybe ask the neighbors if they saw anything? I agreed, but as soon as I hung up, I felt this overwhelming sense of unease. I went to the gate to double-check the padlock, still secured. I walked all around the fence line, no signs of disturbance or any way someone could have gotten in. I even checked the garage door again, still locked, just as I'd left it. I went back to the porch and stood there staring at the table. The rational part of my brain was desperately trying to come up with an explanation. Had I somehow missed seeing it earlier? No, that was impossible. I had been watering plants right where it now stood. Had I forgotten that we'd moved it back already? Also impossible. I specifically remembered the empty space and commenting on it. I tried to recreate the timeline in my head. Mark moved the table to the garage on Monday morning. I was watering plants on the porch Wednesday afternoon, noting the empty space. I went to the garage, where the table wasn't there. I came back to do dishes. I heard a bang. The table appeared on the porch. There was simply no logical explanation for how a heavy piece of furniture could suddenly materialize in a locked yard when I had been actively moving through that exact space just minutes earlier. I took out my phone and took several pictures of the table sitting there, just to prove to myself later that I wasn't imagining things. I even recorded a short video, panning around the yard to show that no one else was there. For the rest of the afternoon, I couldn't focus on anything. I kept going back outside to look at the table, as if staring at it long enough would reveal the secret of how it got there. At one point, I even found myself touching it, pressing my hands against the tiles to confirm it was solid and real. I called my next-door neighbor, Diane, to ask if she'd seen anyone in our yard that afternoon. She hadn't. I even asked if she'd noticed anything unusual, any sounds or movements. Nothing. She probably thought I was losing my mind. As evening approached, I became increasingly anxious about being alone in the house. I called my sister and tried to explain what had happened, but I could tell from her voice that she thought I was either exaggerating or confused. Maybe you just forgot Mark moved it back before he left, she suggested. But I knew that wasn't the case. That night, I barely slept. I kept replaying the events in my head, trying to find the gap in my memory or perception that would explain what had happened. But there was no gap. The sequence of events was clear and continuous. The next morning, Mark's mom's furniture arrived as scheduled. I had the delivery guys help me move the mysterious table back to the garage. They didn't seem to find it strange when I asked them to move it, though I caught one of them giving me an odd look when I mentioned how heavy it was for me to have moved myself. When Mark came home on Friday, he examined the table, the porch, the garage, the fence, everything. He even checked our security camera at the front of the house, but it doesn't cover the backyard. No unusual visitors had approached our house during that time period. In the end, we had no explanation. Mark tried to brush it off as me being forgetful or stressed, but I know what I experienced. That table wasn't on the porch, and then suddenly it was. The sound I heard wasn't my imagination. It was the distinct noise of that heavy table settling onto our concrete porch. It's been a week now, and I still find myself avoiding the garage. I get this weird feeling every time I look at that table, like reality flickered for a moment and showed me something I wasn't supposed to see. The most unsettling part is the implications. If that table could somehow move from the garage to the porch without human intervention, what does that mean about the nature of reality? Can objects phase in and out of existence? Was it gone and then back again? Or was it somehow there the whole time, just not visible to me? I've started noticing other small things around the house that seem out of place. A coffee mug on a shelf I don't remember putting there. A book with the bookmark in a different chapter than I recall. Are these just normal lapses in memory, or is something fundamentally wrong with the stability of things around me? I don't know if I'll ever have an answer. All I know is that on a perfectly ordinary Wednesday afternoon, a table disappeared and then reappeared in a way that defies all logical explanation. And nothing has felt quite real since. I've been carrying this story around for over 30 years now, and I still get goosebumps every time I think about it. This happened back in '89 when I was 21. My buddy Mike had this cousin who owned a small house in rural Pennsylvania, somewhere in the Poconos. The cousin was going on vacation for 2 weeks and asked if Mike wanted to house sit. Mike didn't want to do it alone, so he asked me and our friend Tom if we wanted to join him for a few days. It sounded like a cool mini vacation to me. I was working at a record store back then and had some vacation days to use up. The three of us had been friends since high school, and we figured we'd just hang out, drink some beers, and enjoy being away from the city for a while. The house was pretty much in the middle of nowhere. We drove for what felt like hours on these winding back roads until we finally reached this small, 2-bedroom cabin. It wasn't fancy or anything, just a simple place with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 2 small bedrooms. The property was surrounded by woods on 3 sides, with a dirt road leading up to it. The nearest neighbor was at least a mile away, which Mike's cousin had specifically mentioned when giving us instructions. "Keep an eye out for bears," he'd told Mike. "They sometimes come around looking for food." We arrived on a Friday afternoon, got settled in, and spent the day exploring the area. We hiked a little, checked out the shed behind the house where Mike's cousin kept his tools, and then spent the evening grilling burgers and drinking beer on the small porch. It was peaceful out there. No traffic noise, no sirens, just the sounds of the woods. The first night was uneventful. I slept on the couch in the living room while Mike and Tom took the bedrooms. We spent most of Saturday just hanging out, playing cards, and listening to music on the small stereo the cousin had. We were just 3 guys enjoying some downtime away from our regular lives. But then Sunday night happened. That's when everything changed. It was around 11 p.m. We were sitting in the living room watching some movie on the small TV. I don't even remember what it was now. Some action flick with a lot of explosions. Mike had gone to the kitchen to grab more beers when we first heard it. Scratching, coming from the front door. At first, I thought it might be a branch from one of the trees scraping against the house. The wind had picked up a bit that evening, but then it happened again, more deliberate this time. Scratch, scratch, scratch. "You guys hear that?" Tom asked, muting the TV. "Yeah," I said. "What is it?" Mike came back from the kitchen, 3 beers in hand. "Probably just a raccoon or something," he said, but I could tell he was a little unsettled too. The scratching continued, becoming more insistent. It definitely wasn't a branch. "Should we check it out?" I asked, not really wanting to, but feeling like someone should. Mike set the beers down on the coffee table and walked over to the window next to the door. He peered out into the darkness, then suddenly let out a small laugh. "It's a dog," he said, sounding relieved. "A little Jack Russell or something." Tom and I joined him at the window. Sure enough, there was a small white and brown dog on the porch, pawing at the door. It looked up at us through the window, wagging its tail. "Where the hell did it come from?" Tom asked. "I thought your cousin said there weren't any close neighbors." "There aren't," Mike confirmed. "At least not within walking distance." The dog scratched at the door again, looking expectantly at us. "Should we let it in?" I asked. "It might be lost." Mike shrugged. "I guess so. We can check if it has a collar or something." He opened the door, and the dog immediately trotted in like it owned the place. No hesitation whatsoever. It wasn't dirty or disheveled like you'd expect from a dog that had been wandering in the woods. Its coat was clean and well-groomed. It looked like someone's pet that had just stepped out for a quick walk. The dog circled the living room once, sniffing at our shoes and the couch, then came over to us, tail wagging furiously. "Hey there, buddy," I said, kneeling down to pet it. The dog immediately nuzzled against my hand, clearly used to human interaction. "No collar," I noted, running my hand around its neck. "This is weird," Tom said, also petting the dog. "It's like midnight in the middle of nowhere, and this perfectly groomed dog just shows up." Mike was checking the dog's paws. No tags, no dirt on its paws. It's like it just appeared out of thin air. The dog seemed completely at ease, moving between the three of us for pets and attention. It was a friendly little thing, probably about 2 years old from the looks of it. For a few minutes, we just played with it, trying to figure out where it might have come from. "Maybe it belongs to someone who's camping nearby," I suggested, though I knew that was unlikely. It was early spring, still too cold for most people to be camping in the area. "I don't know," Mike said, frowning. My cousin never mentioned any neighbors with dogs. We were still discussing possibilities when the dog's demeanor suddenly changed. It had been happily soaking up our attention 1 second, and the next, its ears perked up, and it froze. Its head turned sharply toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms. The change was so abrupt that all three of us noticed it instantly. The dog's body language had gone from relaxed and friendly to alert and tense in the blink of an eye. "What's up, boy?" Tom asked, but the dog didn't react to his voice at all. Slowly, the dog started walking toward the hallway, its eyes fixed on something we couldn't see. Its movements were cautious now, deliberate. It reached the entrance to the hallway and stopped, staring down toward the first bedroom, the one Mike was using. And then the dog's fur began to rise. Starting at its neck and moving down its spine, the fur stood on end. A low growl emanated from its throat, not the kind of playful growl dogs make during games, but a deep, warning growl that made the hair on my own arms stand up. "What the hell?" Mike whispered. The dog took another step forward, still growling, its eyes fixed on something in the bedroom. From where we were standing in the living room, we could see part of the bedroom through the open door, but there was nothing visible there, just darkness. The growling intensified, and the dog's posture became even more defensive. It was as if it was confronting something, challenging it, but there was nothing there, at least nothing we could see. "Maybe it sees a mouse or something," Tom suggested, but his voice was uncertain. The dog started backing up slowly, still facing the bedroom, still growling. Its tail was tucked between its legs now, but it continued to face whatever it perceived as a threat, unwilling to turn its back on it. I felt a chill creep up my spine. The dog's behavior was so specific, so focused. It wasn't just reacting to a sound or a smell. It was reacting to something it could see, something in that bedroom that had it terrified but unwilling to retreat fully. "I don't like this," I said quietly. "Me neither," Mike agreed. "Let's check the bedroom." But before we could move, the dog let out a particularly vicious growl, then barked. a sharp warning sound that echoed in the small house. It continued backing up until it was almost at our feet again, never taking its eyes off the bedroom doorway. None of us moved for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. The atmosphere in the house had changed completely. What had been a casual, relaxed evening was now charged with tension. The dog's reaction had unsettled all of us deeply. "I'm going outside for a smoke," Tom finally said, breaking the silence. He was a smoker back then, always looking for an excuse to light up. "I'll join you," I said quickly, not wanting to be inside anymore. I didn't smoke, but I suddenly needed fresh air. We headed for the front door, expecting the dog to follow us. Most dogs I knew would take any opportunity to go outside, but this one stayed put, still focused on the bedroom, still growling softly. "Come on, boy," I called, patting my leg. The dog glanced at me briefly, but then returned its attention to whatever had spooked it. Mike hesitated. "Should I check the bedroom?" "Let's just go outside for a minute," Tom urged. "All of us." Mike nodded and joined us at the door. He tried once more to call the dog, but it wouldn't budge. "We'll be right back," he told it, as if it would understand. The three of us stepped out onto the porch, leaving the front door open a crack in case the dog decided to join us. The night air was cold but refreshing. Tom lit his cigarette with shaky hands. "That was fucking weird," he said, exhaling smoke. "Yeah," I agreed. "I've never seen a dog act like that." Mike was staring at the door. "What do you think it saw?" I shrugged. "No idea, but it definitely saw something." We stood in silence for a moment, the only sounds being the distant hooting of an owl and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Tom was halfway through his cigarette when we heard it, a single, startled bark from inside the house, followed by complete silence. The three of us exchanged glances. That bark hadn't sounded like the warning barks from before. It had sounded surprised, almost cut off. "I'm going to check on it," Mike said, pushing the door open wider. We all filed back into the house, and immediately I knew something was off. The dog was gone. "Where'd it go?" Tom asked, looking around the living room. "Maybe it went into one of the bedrooms," I suggested, though I had a sinking feeling that wasn't the case. We called for it. "Here, boy," and "Come here, pup." But there was no response, no sound of paws on the wooden floors. Nothing. Mike headed down the hallway to check the bedrooms, while Tom checked the kitchen. I stayed in the living room, looking behind the couch and under the coffee table, even though I knew a dog that size couldn't hide in those places without us seeing it. "Not in the bedrooms," Mike called out, returning to the living room. "Not in the kitchen either," Tom added. We checked everywhere, the bathroom, the closets, under the beds. We even checked outside, thinking maybe the dog had somehow slipped past us when we came back in, but it was gone, completely vanished. "This doesn't make sense," I said, a cold feeling settling in my stomach. We were only outside for what, 2 minutes? And the door was only open a crack. "Could it have squeezed through?" Tom asked, but we all knew that wasn't likely. The door hadn't been open wide enough for a Jack Russell to fit through without us noticing. "What about windows?" Mike suggested. We checked every window in the house. All of them were closed and locked, just as they had been before. The only way in or out of the house was through the front door, which we had been watching the entire time. "This is impossible," Mike said, his voice tight. "Dogs don't just disappear into thin air." But that's exactly what had happened. 1 minute, the dog was there, growling at something unseen in the bedroom, and the next, it was gone, vanished without a trace. We spent the next hour searching the house again, more thoroughly this time. We moved furniture, checked inside cabinets, anywhere a small dog might hide. Nothing. We even went outside with flashlights, calling for it, thinking maybe it had somehow slipped past us. But the woods around the house were silent. None of us slept well that night. I kept thinking about the way the dog had reacted, the way it had focused so intently on something in that bedroom, something none of us could see. And then that final bark, not aggressive but surprised, startled, like something had happened that it hadn't expected. In the morning, we searched again in the daylight. Still nothing. No sign that a dog had ever been there except for our shared experience. We stayed at the house for 2 more days as planned, but things were different. We were on edge, jumpy. None of us wanted to be alone, especially not in the bedroom the dog had been so fixated on. Mike actually moved his stuff into the other bedroom, and Tom slept on the floor in there rather than take the now vacant room. When we left, we told Mike's cousin about the dog, asking if he knew anyone in the area who owned a Jack Russell. He didn't. He confirmed what we already knew. The nearest neighbors were over a mile away, and as far as he knew, none of them had that type of dog. Over the years, the 3 of us have talked about that night many times. We've tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe the dog squeezed through a gap we didn't notice. Maybe one of us accidentally let it out and didn't realize. Maybe it found some hidden exit we never discovered. But none of those explanations feel right. Deep down, I know what happened. That night defies logical explanation. A dog appeared out of nowhere, reacted to something supernatural that we couldn't perceive, and then vanished just as mysteriously as it had arrived. It's been over 30 years now, and I still get chills thinking about it. Not just because of the dog's inexplicable disappearance, but because of what it implies. That dog saw something in that bedroom, something that terrified it, something beyond our perception, and then it was gone. What happened to that dog? What did it see? These questions have haunted me for decades, and I don't think I'll ever have answers. But I know what I experienced. I know what I saw. And sometimes, late at night, I still catch myself listening for the sound of scratching at my door. I still can't explain what happened last Tuesday morning, and it's been driving me crazy ever since. I know how ridiculous this sounds. Trust me, I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head trying to find some logical explanation. But there isn't one. I've always been a practical person. I work in IT, I troubleshoot problems for a living, and I pride myself on finding rational solutions. But what happened in my bedroom that morning defies all logic. It was around 6:45 a.m., and I was getting ready for work like any normal day. I'm pretty routine-oriented. I had just showered and was changing into my work clothes. The night before, I'd worn jeans to a friend's place where we were working on some music. I play bass as a hobby. Since it got loud, I'd used my foam earplugs, those orange cylindrical ones that you squeeze and put in your ears. I always keep these earplugs in my front right pocket because I use them pretty regularly. One for noise at night sometimes, and like I said, when we're jamming. So I was transferring stuff from yesterday's jeans to the pants I was putting on. Wallet, keys, chapstick, and these 2 foam earplugs. My bedroom is simple. I've got hardwood floors that I installed myself about 2 years ago. Dark oak, really nice looking. No carpets or rugs in that room because I've got mild dust allergies. Just a bed, nightstand, dresser, and a small pile of clean clothes I'd folded the night before but hadn't put away yet. The pile was maybe a foot high, just some t-shirts and shorts, sitting about 3 feet from where I was standing. So I'm standing there in my boxers, holding yesterday's jeans, and I pull out the 2 earplugs. They're bright orange, which makes them easy to spot. I put one in my new pants pocket and somehow fumbled the other one. It fell from about waist height. This is where things get weird. I clearly saw the earplug hit the floor. It bounced once, then started rolling. The floor has a very slight slant, something I only noticed after living here for months. So small, round objects tend to roll a bit. The earplug rolled maybe 6 inches, hit the side of my foot, changed direction, and started rolling toward that small pile of clothes. I wasn't concerned. I was watching it the entire time, tracking its movement. It was rolling straight toward the clothes pile, still totally visible on my clean hardwood floor. There was nothing in its path, no vents, no cracks, no furniture it could roll under. Just clean, open hardwood. And then, about 4 inches from reaching the clothes pile, it vanished. It didn't roll under anything. It didn't bounce off in another direction. It literally disappeared before my eyes in the middle of my floor. 1 second it was there, rolling, and the next second it was gone. I stood frozen for maybe 3 seconds trying to process what I'd just seen. My first thought was, did I actually drop it? So I checked my hand. Empty. Checked my other hand. Empty. Checked both pants pockets. Just the one earplug I'd already put away, so I knelt down and looked around where I'd seen it disappear. Nothing. I moved the pile of clothes, shaking out each item individually. Nothing. I got down on my hands and knees and examined every inch of floor in that area. Nothing. I started to feel this weird sense of unease creeping up my spine. I decided to be methodical about this. I pushed my bed away from the wall. It's on rollers, so it moves easily. Nothing underneath except a bit of dust. I checked under the dresser with my phone's flashlight. Nothing. I opened all the dresser drawers in case it had somehow, I don't know, teleported. As crazy as that sounds, I was starting to consider impossible explanations. I checked inside my shoes, inside the pockets of every piece of clothing in that pile, between the slats of my bed frame. I even checked ridiculous places like inside my pillowcases and under the lamp on my nightstand. At this point, I'd spent about 20 minutes searching, and I was going to be late for work. But I couldn't stop. The thing is, I knew what I saw. I watched this bright orange ear plug roll across my clean floor and simply cease to exist. It wasn't like I looked away and then couldn't find it. I was staring directly at it when it vanished. I decided to get ready for work and come back to it later. But as I was putting on my socks, sitting on the edge of my bed, I kept glancing at that spot on the floor. It was like my brain couldn't accept what my eyes had seen, and I kept expecting the earplug to suddenly be there again. At work, I couldn't focus. I kept replaying the scene in my head, trying to find some explanation. Had it stuck to my foot? No, I checked my feet immediately after. Had it somehow rolled under something? No, there was nothing it could have rolled under. The floor was completely open. Had it bounced in some weird way I didn't notice? No, I was watching it the entire time. When I got home that evening, I did another thorough search of my entire bedroom. I moved every piece of furniture, checked every drawer, looked in every shoe and pocket and container. I even checked the heating vent, which was a good 6 feet away from where the earplug vanished. Nothing. It was gone. Completely gone. Now, I know what you're thinking. It's just an earplug. They cost like 50 cents. Why am I so worked up about this? It's not about the earplug itself. It's about witnessing something that should be impossible. It's about the implications. If a physical object can simply vanish from existence while I'm looking directly at it, what does that mean about reality? About physics? about everything I thought I understood about how the world works. I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff or glitches in reality. When people claim to have experienced something unexplainable, I've always assumed there was a logical explanation they just hadn't figured out yet. But now I'm on the other side, and I can't find the logical explanation. I've tried to rationalize it in so many ways. Maybe I had some kind of mini stroke or seizure that caused me to lose track of a few seconds, during which time the earplug rolled somewhere I didn't check. But I've never had any health issues like that, and I felt completely normal otherwise. Maybe it somehow got caught in the fold of my boxers as I was standing there. Nope, checked those thoroughly too. Maybe it disintegrated? But that's not how foam earplugs work. They don't just spontaneously break down into dust. The weirdest part was that I'd accidentally dropped stuff on that same floor countless times before, coins, guitar picks, even earplugs, and always found them. The floor is dark, but items stand out clearly against it, especially something bright orange. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those stories you hear about socks disappearing in the dryer, or people losing earrings and never finding them again. We always assume there's a logical explanation. They fell behind something, got stuck somewhere, were accidentally thrown away. But what if sometimes things really do just vanish? The next morning, I did another search of my room. I even ran my hands along the baseboards to check for any tiny gaps or holes the earplug could have rolled into. Nothing. I decided to do an experiment. I bought a new pack of earplugs, same brand, same bright orange color. I dropped one from the same height, in the same spot, to see where it would roll. It bounced once, rolled toward my foot just like before, hit my foot, changed direction, and rolled toward the clothes pile. But this time, it just bumped into the pile and stopped. It didn't vanish. I repeated this experiment 5 times. Each time the earplug rolled in slightly different directions, but it always ended up somewhere visible and easy to find. It's been a week now, and I've checked my room multiple times, always with the same result. The earplug is gone, vanished, like it never existed. What freaks me out the most is the ordinary nature of the situation. It wasn't during a storm or at 3 a.m. or in some creepy abandoned building. It was at 6:45 in the morning, in my perfectly normal bedroom with sunlight coming through the windows. I was wide awake, not drowsy or medicated or drunk. Just a regular Tuesday morning, and it wasn't some small, easily missed object. It was a bright orange foam earplug on a dark hardwood floor with nothing around it. And I watched it the entire time, from the moment it left my hand to the moment it ceased to exist. I find myself checking that spot on my floor every time I walk into my bedroom. I've even had dreams about it, dreams where I see the earplug rolling across my floor, and just as I reach down to pick it up, it disappears again. I wake up with this unsettled feeling in my stomach. I realize how crazy this sounds. If someone told me this story, I'd think they just weren't looking carefully enough. But I know what I saw, I know how thoroughly I searched, and I know that earplug is just gone. I've read about quantum physics and how, theoretically, particles can do weird things, like exist in 2 places at once or tunnel through barriers. But those phenomena happen at the atomic level, not with everyday objects you can hold in your hand. I've also read about parallel universes and the multiverse theory, the idea that there are infinite versions of our reality existing alongside our own. Is it possible that somehow that earplug slipped through some crack between universes? Did it fall out of our reality and into another? I keep thinking about all the times I've lost things and never found them, despite being certain of where I put them. Keys, pens, hair ties, earrings. We always assume they're somewhere in our house, just hidden. But what if sometimes they're really not? What if sometimes objects really do just vanish from existence? I know it sounds ridiculous. An earplug isn't going to tear a hole in the space-time continuum. But I know what I saw. I know what happened, and I have no explanation for it. It's been 7 days, and I still find myself randomly stopping whatever I'm doing as the memory hits me again. I'll be making dinner or watching TV, and suddenly I'm back in that moment, watching an orange foam earplug roll across my floor and disappear into thin air. The rational part of my brain keeps insisting there must be an explanation. But I've exhausted every possibility I can think of. I've conducted a search so thorough it would impress a forensics team. That earplug is gone, and I saw it happen. So that's my story. A small, insignificant object vanished before my eyes, and it's completely changed how I see the world. Because if that can happen, if solid matter can simply cease to exist while I'm looking directly at it, then what else about reality isn't as stable as we think it is? I've never shared this with anyone until now because I know how it sounds, but I needed to tell someone, even anonymously. I keep hoping that maybe someone else has experienced something similar and might have some insight. Or maybe the earplug will suddenly reappear one day in the exact spot where it vanished, as if nothing ever happened. But until then, I'm left with the unsettling knowledge that sometimes things just disappear, literally right before our eyes, and there's no explanation for it at all. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 3 years now, and it still messes with my head every time I think about it. I've tried to rationalize it, tried to convince myself that we were all just tired and seeing things, but I can't. 3 of us saw the same impossible thing, and I finally worked up the courage to write it all down. This happened in July 2020, during what was supposed to be a straightforward road trip. My buddies Jason, Daniel, and I had planned this cross-country drive for months. We were heading from Atlanta to Phoenix, where Jason was starting grad school. We decided to make an adventure out of it and help him move his stuff at the same time. Daniel and I were in my Honda Civic, and Jason was following in his Toyota Camry, packed with all his belongings. The first couple days of driving went exactly as planned. We stopped at some tourist traps, ate at diners we found on Google Maps with 4.5+ star ratings, and took turns picking the music. Nothing exciting, just 3 guys in their late 20s having a good time on the road. Everything changed on the 3rd night. We'd been driving all day and were somewhere on Interstate 40, right around the New Mexico-Arizona border. It was close to midnight and we were all getting tired, but we wanted to push through to Flagstaff before stopping for the night. The road was practically empty, just us and the occasional semi-truck. The desert at night has this eerie quality to it, pitch black nothingness stretching out in all directions with just this ribbon of asphalt cutting through it. I was driving my car with Daniel riding shotgun, and we were chatting about nothing important just to stay awake. Jason was about 50 feet behind us in his Camry. I kept checking my rearview mirror to make sure he was still there, just his headlights in the darkness. Then it happened. In my mirror, I saw Jason's headlights suddenly jerk to the right. There was no gradual drift. It was violent, like someone had yanked the wheel. His car fishtailed and I immediately hit my brakes. "Holy shit!" Daniel yelled, turning around in his seat. "What the hell's he doing?" I pulled over to the shoulder as quickly as I could, and we watched in horror as Jason's car veered completely off the road, bounced roughly over the gravel shoulder, and finally came to a stop about 30 feet from the highway. His hazards came on almost immediately. My heart was racing as I threw my car into park. Daniel and I jumped out and ran toward Jason's car, using our phone flashlights to see where we were going. The air was cool and completely silent except for the sound of our shoes on the gravel and our panicked breathing. "Jason, you okay?" I shouted as we approached. Jason was already out of his car, looking dazed but unharmed. He was standing by the front left side of his car, shining his own phone light down at something. "I'm fine," he called back, "but check this shit out." When we reached him and pointed our lights down, I felt my stomach drop. His left front tire wasn't just flat, it was completely destroyed. And I mean destroyed. There were shreds of rubber hanging from the rim like tattered flags. The sidewall had completely separated from the tread in multiple places, and there were chunks of rubber scattered on the ground. The tire looked like it had been put through a wood chipper. "Jesus," Daniel whispered. "What the hell happened?" Jason shook his head, still looking stunned. "I don't know, man. I was just driving and then boom! The steering wheel nearly ripped out of my hands. I thought I hit something, but I didn't see anything on the road." We stood there inspecting the damage with our phone lights. It was bad, far worse than any blowout I'd ever seen. The rim was actually making contact with the ground, and the remaining rubber was twisted and mangled beyond recognition. There was no way this tire had simply gone flat. It had undergone some kind of catastrophic failure. "Did you feel like you were driving on it flat for a while?" I asked, thinking maybe he'd ignored a slow leak. "No way," Jason insisted. "Everything was fine, and then it wasn't. It happened in like 2 seconds. We tried calling 888, but out there in the desert, none of us had more than 1 bar of service, and the calls kept dropping. After about 20 minutes of failed attempts, a state trooper pulled up behind us with his lights flashing. He explained there was a truck stop about 15 miles ahead with a 24-hour mechanic who could probably help us out. Since Jason's car couldn't be driven with the tire in that condition, we decided I would drive him to the truck stop while Daniel stayed with the cars. The trooper said he'd circle back in about an hour to check on Daniel, which made us feel better about leaving him alone on the side of the highway in the middle of nowhere. The truck stop was one of those massive travel centers with a convenience store, a couple of fast food places, and a garage for repairs. Despite the late hour, there were a few semis parked in the lot and some lights on in the garage area. The mechanic was an older guy, probably in his 60s, with leathery skin and greasy coveralls. His name tag said Earl. When we explained our situation, he nodded and said he could sell us a used tire that would get us to Phoenix, where we could deal with a proper replacement. He loaded the tire into the back of his tow truck, and we headed back to Jason's car. The whole process took about an hour. When we got back to the highway, Daniel was sitting in my car with the heat on. He looked relieved to see us. The state trooper had indeed checked on him twice while we were gone, which I thought was pretty decent of him. Earl backed his tow truck up to Jason's car and got out with a flashlight. We all walked over to inspect the damage again and figure out the best way to change the tire without a proper jack. And that's when things got weird, really weird. When Earl pointed his industrial-strength flashlight at the tire, we all froze. The tire wasn't shredded anymore. It was just flat, like a normal flat tire. The rubber was intact. There were no shreds hanging from the rim, no pieces scattered on the ground. It looked like your standard, everyday flat tire. For a few seconds, none of us said anything. We just stared. Finally, Jason broke the silence. "What the fuck?" I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the desert night air. I looked at Daniel, whose face had gone pale. That's not right, Daniel stammered. The tire was completely destroyed. We all saw it. Earl frowned and knelt down to inspect the tire more closely. He ran his hand over the rubber, which was definitely intact, though completely deflated. "You boys sure about what you saw?" Earl asked, looking up at us with an unreadable expression. "Yes," all three of us said almost in unison. I tried to explain, my words coming out faster than I could think them through. The tire was totally shredded. There were pieces of rubber all over the place. The sidewall was separated from the tread. It was making contact with the ground. We all saw it. Earl stood up slowly, brushing off his hands. He looked at each of us in turn, and then, in the most matter-of-fact tone imaginable, he said, "Well, it ain't shredded now." He went back to his truck and returned with a portable air compressor. Without another word, he attached it to the valve stem and began inflating the tire. The tire took the air perfectly, expanding back to its normal shape with no issues. No leaks, no bulges, nothing. When Earl was done, he checked the pressure with a gauge and pronounced it good to go. "But we brought a replacement tire," Jason said, gesturing helplessly at the tow truck. Earl shrugged. "Don't look like you need it now." We stood there in stunned silence as Earl packed up his equipment. He refused payment for the service call since we didn't end up needing the replacement tire, which only made the whole situation feel even more surreal. Before he left, I worked up the courage to ask, "Has anything like this ever happened before? Around here, I mean?" Earl looked at me for a long moment, then glanced around at the dark desert surrounding us. "Things happen out here sometimes that don't make much sense," he said finally. "Best not to think too hard about it." With that cryptic comment, he got in his truck and drove away, leaving the three of us standing there in the pool of our flashlight beams, trying to process what had just happened. We inspected that tire from every angle. We felt it with our hands. We checked the ground for rubber debris that was no longer there. We even took pictures of the now perfectly normal tire, as if we needed proof for ourselves later that we weren't hallucinating. Maybe we were all just tired and imagined how bad it was, Daniel suggested weakly, though his face showed he didn't believe that any more than Jason or I did. "We all saw the same thing," I said. "And it wasn't just bad. The tire was literally in pieces." Jason kept shaking his head, running his hands through his hair in agitation. "This is impossible. Tires don't just heal themselves." We stood there debating theories for about 20 minutes. Maybe we'd pulled over at a different spot than we thought. Maybe someone had changed the tire while we were gone. But Daniel had been there the whole time, and the state trooper hadn't mentioned anything about the tire looking different when he checked in. Besides, who would have just happened to have an identical tire for a Toyota Camry and changed it in the middle of nowhere without saying anything? None of it made sense. Eventually, we decided there was nothing to do but continue our journey. Jason got back in his car and carefully drove it back onto the highway. The tire held perfectly. No wobbling, no pulling to one side, nothing to indicate there had ever been an issue with it. We drove the rest of the way to Flagstaff in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. When we finally reached a motel and checked in, we sat in my room and tried to talk through it again, but we just kept going in circles. We examined the photos we'd taken, but they just showed a normal tire. Solid proof of what we were seeing now, but no evidence of what we'd all clearly seen earlier. The strangest part was that the tire gave Jason zero problems for the rest of the trip. It didn't even seem to lose pressure normally. When we reached Phoenix 2 days later, He took the car to a tire shop just to have everything checked, and they found nothing wrong with any of the tires. The left front tire that had been destroyed and somehow repaired itself was in perfect condition, with even wear and proper tread depth. I've gone over that night 1,000 times in my head since then. I've researched tire blowouts and road conditions and stress-induced hallucinations. I've looked into desert mirages and group psychology. I've even delved into quantum theories and parallel universes. As ridiculous as that sounds, nothing explains what happened. Nothing explains how 3 sober, alert adults could all see the same horrifically damaged tire that later showed no signs of ever having been damaged. Sometimes I wonder about Earl, the mechanic. He didn't seem shocked or even particularly surprised by what we showed him. His comment about things happening out there haunts me. Like maybe that stretch of desert highway exists in some kind of reality slip where things can change when you're not looking directly at them. All I know for sure is what I saw, what we all saw. And I know that something impossible happened on Interstate 40 that night, something that fundamentally challenges my understanding of how reality works. Every time I get a flat tire now, which has happened twice since then, I get this irrational hope that maybe, just maybe, if I look away long enough, it'll fix itself like Jason's did, but they never do. I guess whatever happened that night in the desert was a one-time thing. At least, I hope it was just the tire that changed, and not something more fundamental about the world we were driving through. I've been putting off writing this for months. Even now, my hands are shaking just thinking about it. But I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened. Last summer, I took my girlfriend Elise to North Carolina to show her where I grew up. I'm originally from a small town outside of Asheville, but I've been living in Germany for the past 5 years. That's where I met Elise. She's French, and she'd never been to the States before, so I was excited to show her my hometown and introduce her to my mom, who still lives there. Instead of staying with my mom, I thought it would be nicer to rent a small cabin for privacy and to give Elise the full American countryside experience. I found this cute little cabin on a working farm about 20 minutes from my mom's house. It looked perfect in the photos, rustic but comfortable, nestled in the Blue Ridge Mountains with amazing views. It was secluded enough to feel private, but close enough to everything we wanted to do. We arrived on a Tuesday afternoon after a long flight and drive from Charlotte. The owner, an older woman named Martha, showed us around the cabin and the farm. She was super friendly, told us about the property's history. It had been in her family for generations, and even invited us to help feed the animals if we wanted. The cabin itself was exactly what we hoped for. A cozy one-bedroom with a small kitchen, living area with a fireplace, and a porch with rocking chairs overlooking the mountains. It felt peaceful. That first day, we were exhausted from the travel, but managed to visit my mom briefly before heading back to the cabin for an early dinner and sleep. Everything felt normal that evening. We sat on the porch watching the sunset, had some wine, and went to bed around 10 p.m. I remember thinking how quiet it was compared to our apartment in Berlin. You could hear every cricket, every rustle of leaves. It was the kind of silence that feels heavy. I slept like a rock that first night. Jet lag hit me hard. But around 3 a.m., I woke up to Elise shaking me aggressively. "What the hell are you doing?" she hissed at me in the darkness. I was completely disoriented. "What?" "Nothing. I was asleep." "Don't lie to me," she said. and I could hear both anger and fear in her voice. "You were touching me." I sat up, confused. "Touching you how?" "You were pulling at my underwear. I felt your hand." I swear on everything I was sound asleep. I hadn't moved. I told her this, but she didn't believe me at first. She turned on the bedside lamp and stared at me. I could see she was genuinely upset. "I swear, Elise, I was completely asleep. I didn't touch you." She looked at me for a long moment, then finally nodded. Maybe I was dreaming. It felt so real, though. We chalked it up to jet lag and the unfamiliar surroundings. She turned off the light, and we eventually fell back asleep. I didn't think much more about it. People have weird half-dreams all the time, right? The next day was fantastic. We spent the morning exploring the farm, then drove into Asheville for lunch. In the afternoon, we went zip-lining through the forest canopy. It was physically exhausting in the best way. By the time we got back to the cabin, we were both dead tired. We made dinner, watched some Netflix on my laptop, and were in bed by 9:30. This is where things get, I don't even know how to describe it. Terrifying doesn't cover it. I woke up suddenly to the sound of someone shouting my name, not just saying it, shouting it. "Benjamin!" It was loud enough that I bolted upright, heart pounding. The voice was unmistakable. It was my dad's voice. My dad died when I was 19. Heart attack. It's been 8 years. I sat there in the pitch-black cabin, breathing hard, trying to process what had just happened. Had I dreamed it? It didn't feel like a dream. It felt like someone had screamed directly into my ear. The cabin was completely silent now, but I could still hear the echo of my name ringing in my head. My first thought was to check on Elise. I reached over to touch her shoulder, and that's when I realized something was wrong. The sheet was pulled down to her waist, and her pajama shorts were askew, partially pulled down on one side. Her underwear was visible and had clearly been tugged down. "Elise," I whispered, gently shaking her. "Elise, wake up." She stirred slowly, mumbling something in French. "Elise, please wake up," I said more urgently this time. She finally opened her eyes, looking confused. "What? What time is it?" "I'm not sure." "Listen, your shorts." She looked down and immediately pulled her shorts up, fully awake now. "Did you—" "No," I cut her off. "I woke up because I heard something, and then I noticed your shorts were pulled down." She sat up and turned on the lamp. "What did you hear?" I hesitated. How do you tell someone you heard your dead father's voice? I heard someone call my name, really loudly. Elise looked around the room, her eyes wide. "Is someone in here? In the cabin?" "I don't think so." I got up and checked anyway. The door was still locked from the inside, windows closed. Nothing seemed disturbed. When I came back to the bedroom, Elise was looking at her legs with a horrified expression. "Ben, look at this." There were scratch marks on the inside of both her thighs. Not deep, but definitely visible. Thin red lines running from her knees halfway up her thighs. They looked fresh. "Did you do this?" she asked, her voice trembling. "God, no, Elise. I would never hurt you. You know that." She nodded slowly. "I know. I'm sorry, What's happening?" I had no answer. We sat there in silence for a moment, both trying to process what was going on. Then Elise said something that made my blood run cold. "I felt something touching me again tonight, in my sleep. I thought it was a dream, but—" "Why didn't you wake me?" I asked. "I couldn't," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It was like I was paralyzed. I could feel everything, but I couldn't move or speak." We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We kept all the lights on and sat in the living room, talking in low voices about what could be happening. Elise suggested it might be sleep paralysis, which made some sense. The feeling of being awake but unable to move, sometimes accompanied by hallucinations. But it didn't explain the scratch marks or how her clothes had been physically moved. As the sun came up, we were both exhausted and scared. I suggested we go to my mom's house for the day, and Elise quickly agreed. We showered, packed a few things, and left as soon as it was fully light outside. My mom could tell something was wrong the moment we arrived. After some hesitation, I told her what had happened. I expected her to be skeptical, maybe suggest rational explanations like I had been trying to do all night. Instead, she went very quiet. "Mom?" I prompted when she didn't respond. "Your father always said that place was wrong," she finally said. "What place? The farm?" She nodded. "There used to be stories about that property when we were younger. Nothing specific, just people would rent cabins there and leave suddenly, or report strange things. Most folks around here avoided it." "Why didn't you say anything when I told you we were staying there?" I asked, feeling a surge of anger. "I thought they were just old superstitions. And that was the old main house, not the cabins. They weren't even built back then." She reached out and took Elise's hand. "I'm so sorry, honey. Are you all right?" Elise tried to smile but couldn't quite manage it. "I'm okay, just tired and confused." Mom insisted we stay with her. I called Martha and made up some excuse about a family emergency, saying we needed to cut our trip short. She sounded genuinely disappointed but understanding. I arranged for us to pick up our things later that day while it was still daylight. When we returned to the cabin, nothing seemed out of place. It looked exactly like the quaint, peaceful place we'd first arrived at. But it felt different now. Oppressive, almost like the air was heavier. We packed quickly, barely speaking. As we were about to leave, Martha came by to check on us. "I'm real sorry about your emergency," she said. "Everything okay with the cabin?" I almost said yes automatically, but then changed my mind. "Actually, we had a strange experience last night. Did something unusual ever happen in this cabin before?" Martha's expression didn't change, but she took a moment too long to answer. "Not that I know of. These cabins are pretty new, only built them 5 years ago. What kind of strange experience?" I didn't want to get into details. "Just some noises, probably nothing." She nodded, but her eyes didn't quite meet mine. "Well, old houses make noises, even new ones on old land." On the drive back to my mom's, Elise was silent, staring out the window. I reached over and took her hand. "I'm so sorry about all this." "It's not your fault," she said quietly. "But Ben, do you think it was a ghost or something else?" I didn't know what to say. I'd never believed in ghosts or the supernatural before, but I also couldn't explain what had happened. "I don't know, but I heard my dad's voice, clear as day." That evening, after Elise went to take a nap, she was exhausted but afraid to actually sleep. My mom pulled me aside. "Benjamin, I need to tell you something about your father." She explained that my dad had always been sensitive to things other people couldn't sense. He never made a big deal about it, but sometimes he just knew things. He'd wake up in the night right before the phone rang with bad news. He'd get feelings about places being wrong, or sick, as he called it. The night before he died, my mom said, her voice catching, he told me he had a dream that he was standing between you and something dark. He said he told it, not my son. I didn't think anything of it then, but now. "You think Dad was protecting me?" "From what?" She shook her head. "I don't know, but maybe he was protecting Elise. Maybe he woke you up so whatever was happening would stop." I didn't know what to think about that. It seemed crazy, but no crazier than what had already happened. We ended up cutting our trip short. 2 days into what was supposed to be a 2-week vacation, we changed our flights and flew back to Germany. I told Elise she didn't have to come with me if I ever visited North Carolina again. She just nodded and said, "Thank you." It's been 5 months now. Elise hasn't slept well since that night. She keeps waking up feeling like something is in the room with us. She's been seeing a therapist who suggested it might be a form of PTSD from the experience. I believe her. I don't think it's all in her head. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and she's sitting up in bed, staring into the dark corners of our bedroom. Last week, she asked me if I'd consider talking to a priest or a medium. She thinks whatever was in that cabin might have followed us home. I don't know if I believe that, but I know something happened in that cabin that I can't explain. And sometimes, when I'm right on the edge of sleep, I swear I can hear my dad's voice again, not shouting this time, but whispering, "Watch over her, Ben. It's still there." I still don't know what it is, but I'm terrified to find out. How defeat, I still can't bring myself to drive the same route home anymore. It's been 3 weeks, and I've added an extra 15 minutes to my commute just to avoid that stretch of road. My fiancée thinks I'm being ridiculous, but she didn't see what I saw. No one did. That's the whole problem. This happened on a Tuesday last month. Nothing special about the day, normal work day, normal weather, nothing that would make you think, today's going to be the day reality decides to break. I left the office around 5:30 p.m., just like I always do. Traffic was pretty standard for that time, not great, not terrible, just the usual stop and go getting out of the business district. I drive this route 5 days a week and have for the past 3 years. It's so routine I could probably do it with my eyes closed, though obviously I don't. From my office downtown, I take the highway for about 9 miles, then exit onto Parkview Road, which winds through some light commercial areas before hitting the residential neighborhoods. The last stretch before my neighborhood is this straight, open 2-lane road with fields on one side and some woods on the other. It's actually pretty nice when the sun is setting. I was about halfway home when I first noticed the gray Toyota Yaris ahead of me. I'm not usually one to pay attention to other cars unless they're driving like idiots, but this one caught my eye because of the license plate. It had MJ in it, which are mine and my fiancée Julie's initials. I remember thinking that was a nice coincidence. The Yaris was maybe 3 or 4 car lengths ahead of me, keeping a steady pace. Nothing remarkable about the car itself, just your standard gray Yaris, probably a few years old. I could see the driver was a woman with dark hair, but not much else. Here's the thing, though. I realized I'd seen this exact car on my commute before. Multiple times, actually. Not every day, but often enough that I recognized it. Same gray Yaris, same license plate with our initials. I figured she must work near me and live somewhere in my direction. As we got closer to my neighborhood, traffic thinned out. By the time we reached that long straight stretch, I mentioned it was just me and the Yaris ahead of me. No cars behind us that I could see, none coming the opposite way. It was that golden hour when the sun is setting, and everything gets this warm glow. The sky was doing that thing where it's all orange and pink, you know, the kind of sunset that makes you take notice, even when you've seen 1,000 of them. We were about 2 miles from my neighborhood entrance. The Yaris was still directly in front of me, going exactly the speed limit of 45 mph. I remember checking my speedometer and seeing we were both right on 45. The road here is completely straight with no turn-offs for about 3 miles. On the right side are open fields that stretch out to the horizon, and on the left side is a line of trees with nothing behind them but more fields. There's a slight dip in the road about halfway through this stretch, but nothing that would obscure your view for more than a split second. As we were driving, the sunset to my left was getting really spectacular, the kind that makes you think maybe you should take a picture, but you know your phone camera won't do it justice. I glanced over, just a quick look to take in the view. I swear to God it was less than 5 seconds. My eyes left the road, took in the sunset, and came back, and the Yaris was gone. Not just gone as in sped up and got further ahead, gone as in completely vanished. In its place, maybe 4 car lengths ahead of me, was a dark blue Volkswagen Polo. At first I thought I was just confused. Maybe I'd been more tired than I realized and had somehow spaced out longer than I thought. Maybe the Yaris had turned off somewhere, but there were no turns, no exits, no side roads, no driveways. Nothing but open, straight road visible for at least half a mile ahead. I sped up a little, thinking maybe the Yaris had somehow accelerated really quickly and was now far ahead beyond my view. But as I got closer to the Polo, I could see the road stretching out ahead was completely empty, except for this one blue car in front of me. I checked my mirrors, thinking maybe the Yaris had somehow done a U-turn without me noticing, but there were no cars behind me either. It had literally disappeared into thin air, replaced by a completely different vehicle that couldn't possibly have been there seconds before. I remember this feeling of cold sweat breaking out all over my body. My hands started shaking on the steering wheel. I actually pulled over to the shoulder and just sat there for a minute, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. I kept thinking there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe the Yaris turned onto some hidden road I'd never noticed before. But I've driven this route literally hundreds of times. There is no hidden road. After sitting there for maybe 5 minutes, I pulled back onto the road and drove the rest of the way home in a daze. I kept glancing at the blue Polo ahead of me, half expecting it to transform into something else. It didn't. It just drove normally, turned into a neighborhood about a mile before mine, and that was it. When I got home, Julie could tell something was wrong. I tried explaining what happened, but even as the words came out of my mouth, I could hear how crazy it sounded. She suggested maybe I'd fallen asleep for a second at the wheel, which is terrifying in its own right, but somehow less disturbing than what I think actually happened. I didn't sleep that night. I just kept replaying those few seconds over and over in my head. I know what I saw. The gray Yaris was there. I looked away for the briefest moment, and when I looked back, it was a blue Polo. No turns, no other traffic, no explanation. The next day, I took the same route home, half hoping to see the gray Yaris again so I could convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. But it wasn't there. I even drove more slowly through that stretch, examining the sides of the road in daylight, looking for any possible turnoff I might have missed. There was nothing. Just the same open fields, the same line of trees, the same unbroken stretch of asphalt. I've tried researching similar experiences online. Most of what I find is either people claiming to have seen ghosts or UFOs, or discussions about something called the Mandela effect, where people remember things differently than how they actually happened. But this wasn't a memory thing. This happened in real time, right in front of my eyes. The closest thing I've found is people talking about glitches in the Matrix. This idea that reality as we know it might be some kind of simulation, and sometimes there are errors or glitches in that simulation. I've never been into conspiracy theories or anything like that, but I can't stop thinking about it now. How do you explain a car completely disappearing and another one taking its place in the span of seconds? on an open road with nowhere to go? Sometimes I wonder if maybe there are parallel universes or dimensions that occasionally overlap. Maybe for those few seconds when I looked at the sunset, something shifted, and when I looked back, I was seeing a slightly different version of reality, one where I was still on my commute home, but instead of a gray Yaris in front of me, there was a blue Polo. I've tried talking to a couple of friends about it, but I can see in their faces they think I'm either making it up or that I dozed off while driving. Julie's been patient, but I can tell she's worried about me. She suggested I see a doctor, get checked for narcolepsy or something. I made an appointment just to ease her mind, but I know what I saw. What scares me the most isn't just that I saw something impossible. It's the implication that reality itself, this thing we all take for granted as solid and unchangeable, might be fragile. What if these glitches happen all the time, but we just don't notice them? What if our memories adjust to accommodate them, smoothing over the inconsistencies so we don't have to face how unstable everything really is? I've started noticing other things now, too. Small things that probably don't mean anything but make me question everything. A coffee mug that I swear used to be blue is now green. A dent in my car door that nobody remembers happening. The position of a picture frame on our living room wall. All tiny things that could easily be explained away by forgetfulness or not paying attention. But now they all feel connected to that moment on the road. Last weekend, I drove back to that same stretch during the day and just parked on the shoulder. I sat there for almost 2 hours watching cars go by, trying to see if anything strange would happen. Nothing did. Everything was completely normal. The Yaris never showed up. Neither did the Polo. Julie thinks I'm becoming obsessed, and maybe I am. But how do you just move on from something like this? How do you go back to your normal life after seeing proof that reality isn't what we think it is? I've started taking a different route home. It adds time to my commute, but I can't bring myself to drive that stretch of road again, at least not during sunset. Part of me is terrified of seeing another impossible thing, but another part is even more terrified that if I went back at the exact same time, with the exact same sunset, I might see that gray Yaris again. And this time, who knows what might happen if I look away? The rational part of my brain keeps trying to come up with explanations. Maybe there was a car transporter that I somehow didn't see. Maybe the Yaris turned off onto some dirt path that's invisible from the road. Maybe I did doze off for longer than I thought. But none of these explanations make sense with what I know I saw. I keep replaying every detail in my mind. The empty road, the sunset, the gray Yaris with the MJ license plate, the split second where I looked away, the blue Polo that appeared out of nowhere. There's no way to make sense of it within the rules of the world as I've always understood them. Sometimes I find myself staring at strangers' cars in parking lots, looking for that gray Yaris with the MJ plate. I've even thought about trying to look up the license plate number in some database, but I'm not even sure that's possible for a regular person. And what would I even do if I found the owner? Excuse me, did your car briefly slip into a parallel dimension last month? They'd think I was insane. The worst part is not having anyone to talk to who believes me. Julie tries, but I can see she thinks there's some logical explanation I'm missing. My friends have started giving me concerned looks when I bring it up. I've stopped mentioning it altogether now. Sometimes I wish I had never seen it, that I'd kept my eyes on the road and never looked at that sunset. Because once you see something like that, something that shouldn't be possible, you can't unsee it. You can't go back to the comfortable certainty that the world works in predictable ways. Every time I drive now, I'm hyper-aware of the cars around me. I keep expecting to see one vanish, or change, or do something else impossible. I find myself avoiding looking away from the road at all, afraid of what might be different when I look back. I don't know what happened that day. I don't know if it was a glitch in the matrix, or a momentary overlap of parallel universes, or something else entirely that I don't have words for. All I know is that I saw something that couldn't happen, and now everything feels just slightly wrong, like the world is a puzzle with one piece that doesn't quite fit. And every day, I wonder if I'll see it happen again, or worse, if something bigger will glitch next time, something I can't just drive away from. I still can't shake what happened to me when I was a kid. It's been almost 15 years now, but I swear sometimes I still feel like I'm being watched. I've never told many people about this. Honestly, who would believe me? But after seeing that post about the tall figure someone spotted outside their window last night, I think maybe I'm not alone in what I experienced. I need to get this off my chest. When I was 9, maybe 10, it's hard to remember exactly, my parents would drop me off at my grandmother's house in rural Mississippi during summer breaks. Mom and Dad both worked full-time jobs about an hour away, and Grandma lived alone since Grandpa passed, so it made sense for everyone. I actually loved staying with her. She had this old 2-story house that sat on the edge of town. Not completely isolated, but definitely the last house before the woods took over everything. The house had this weird layout where most of the bedrooms were upstairs, but the kitchen and living room windows faced the backyard. Beyond that was just trees stretching out for what felt like miles to a kid. My bedroom had this huge window overlooking the side yard where my grandmother kept her garden. I loved that window during the day, but at night, especially when there was no moon, it freaked me out how it just opened up to pure blackness. This one night in July, I remember it was sticky hot, even with the window AC unit cranking full blast. I'd gone to bed around 9:30, but I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, kicking off blankets only to pull them back on when the AC made the room too cold. I must have finally dozed off because I woke up suddenly around 3 a.m. I remember checking the alarm clock next to my bed, its red numbers glowing in the dark. I don't know what woke me. There wasn't any noise that I can recall, but I felt uneasy, like something was off. You know that feeling when you're being stared at? That weird pressure on the back of your neck? It was exactly that. I sat up in bed and looked around the darkened room. My eyes were drawn to the window. The curtains were open a bit, and I could see outside. The moon must have finally come out because there was this silver-blue light washing over everything. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Just the garden, the edge of the woods beyond. Then I saw him. Standing perfectly still at the edge of the tree line was a man. At least it looked like a man, tall, wearing what appeared to be a black suit. But what made my blood turn to ice was his face, or lack of one. Where there should have been features, there was just nothing. Not darkness, not shadow, just a blank smoothness that reflected the moonlight in a way that made my stomach lurch. I froze. I couldn't even scream. I just sat there, staring, wondering if my eyes were playing tricks on me. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, but when I looked back, he was still there, standing motionless, facing the house, facing my window. I finally managed to move. I scrambled backward off my bed, not taking my eyes off the window until I hit the opposite wall. I was breathing so hard I thought I might pass out. After a minute of just standing there, back pressed against the wall, I convinced myself that maybe it was just some weird shadow, or my imagination running wild. I crept toward the door of my bedroom and quietly made my way down the hall to the bathroom. The bathroom had a small window that also faced the backyard, but from a different angle. I figured if I looked out from there, I'd be able to confirm there was nothing outside. I was wrong. When I peeked through the bathroom window, the faceless man was closer to the house, much closer, like he'd moved while I was moving. He still stood perfectly still, arms at his sides, facing the house, facing me. I remember my whole body going cold despite the summer heat. I ran out of the bathroom and down to the kitchen. There was a window over the sink that looked out into the backyard, too. I don't know why I kept checking windows. Maybe I was trying to convince myself I was seeing things. Maybe I needed to know where he was. I stood on my tiptoes to see out the kitchen window, my heart hammering so hard in my chest I thought it might explode. He was at the edge of the back porch now, close enough that I could see the fabric of his suit seem to absorb the moonlight rather than reflect it. Close enough that I could see his hands were perfectly still at his sides, pale against the black of his suit. Close enough that the blank oval of his face was unmistakable. I dropped to the floor below the window, my back against the cabinets, my knees pulled up to my chest. I was shaking all over. I wanted to run to Grandma's room, but it was on the far side of the house, and I'd have to pass more windows to get there. I sat there for what felt like forever, trying to decide what to do. Finally, I worked up the courage to peek over the edge of the sink again. He was standing right outside the window. I fell backward, a scream finally escaping my throat. I crawled across the kitchen floor, then bolted up and ran for the stairs. I didn't look back. I didn't check any more windows. I just ran straight back to my bedroom, slammed the door shut, and dove under the covers. I lay there trembling, waiting for something to happen, for the sound of breaking glass, for footsteps on the stairs, for the door to open. But nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight was streaming through the window. Everything seemed normal. I didn't tell Grandma what happened. I was afraid she'd think I was making it up or had a nightmare. But I know what I saw. I spent the rest of that visit keeping away from windows at night and making sure the curtains were always closed after dark. I convinced myself it was a one-time thing. Maybe I had been half asleep. Maybe it was some weird guy from town. I tried to forget about it. Then, about a year later, it happened again. My grandma had this cabin about 30 minutes from her house, deeper in the woods. We'd go there sometimes on weekends when my parents would visit. This particular time, my cousin Jake was with us too. He was a year older than me and loved to scare me with stories about the woods. The second night we were there, Jake and I stayed up late playing cards in the main room while the adults went to bed early. The cabin was smaller than Grandma's house, just one main room with a kitchenette, a bathroom, and 2 small bedrooms. Jake had claimed the couch in the main room, and I was sleeping on a cot nearby. Around midnight, we finally got tired and decided to go to sleep. Jake was out almost immediately, snoring on the couch. I was drifting off when I remembered the faceless man from the year before. On a whim, I mentioned it to Jake, asking if he'd ever heard stories about a man with no face in these woods. He sat up, suddenly interested. "You saw him too?" he asked, his eyes wide. I felt a chill run down my spine as he described seeing the same figure once when he was camping with his dad. But then he burst out laughing, telling me he was just messing with me, and that I probably just had a nightmare at Grandma's house. I punched him in the arm and told him to shut up, but secretly I was relieved. If Jake was joking about it, maybe I had imagined the whole thing. We eventually settled down to sleep, Jake still chuckling to himself on the couch. I was almost asleep when I heard something. A soft tap against the window next to my cot. I froze, keeping my eyes shut tight, telling myself it was just a branch or an insect. Then it came again. Tap, tap, tap. Each tap perfectly spaced from the last, like someone gently knocking with a fingernail. I opened my eyes and slowly, very slowly, turned toward the window. He was there, the faceless man. But he was different this time. Taller, much taller than I remembered. His suit still perfectly black, his face still a blank nothingness, but now he had to bend down slightly to look in the window. One pale hand was raised, a single finger extended, tapping against the glass. Tap, tap, tap. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just lay there staring at this impossible thing outside the window. The tapping stopped. His hand lowered back to his side. He straightened up to his full height. He must have been at least 7 feet tall. I finally managed to tear my eyes away and looked over at Jake on the couch. He was still asleep, completely oblivious. This wasn't Jake playing a prank. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. I looked back at the window. The faceless man was gone. I sat up, my heart racing, scanning the darkness outside. I couldn't see him anywhere. I slid off the cot and moved as quietly as I could to the next window, peering out cautiously. There he was, standing at the edge of the clearing around the cabin, just standing there, watching, waiting. I ran to my parents' room and shook my dad awake, sobbing and trying to explain what I'd seen. He got up, grabbed his flashlight, and went to check outside while my mom tried to calm me down. Of course, by the time Dad went out, there was nothing there. No footprints, no signs anyone had been near the cabin. Just the shadows playing tricks, Dad said when he came back in. The trees move in the wind and cast all kinds of strange shapes. But there was no wind that night. The air was completely still. They let me sleep in their room for the rest of the trip. I didn't look out another window the whole time we were there. For years, I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, that I'd seen something normal, a hunter maybe, or a hiker, and my kid brain had twisted it into something supernatural. But I couldn't explain how the same figure showed up at 2 different locations, a year apart, or why it seemed to be following me specifically. I never saw the faceless man again after that night at the cabin. As I got older, the memories faded a bit, became less sharp, less terrifying. I stopped thinking about it all the time. Then last year, I was catching up with an old friend from high school. We were talking about weird things that had happened to us as kids, and I found myself telling her about the faceless man. I expected her to laugh or change the subject. Instead, her face went white. She asked me to describe him again. The black suit, the blank face, the unnatural stillness. "I saw him too," she whispered, "when I was 12, standing in the corner of our basement. No one believed me." We stared at each other for a long time, neither of us knowing what to say. What do you do with information like that? What does it mean that we both saw the same impossible thing, years apart, in completely different places? I still don't have answers. I don't know what the faceless man is, or why he appeared to me those 2 nights. I don't know if he's still out there, watching, waiting. I don't know if he's something supernatural or something my brain couldn't process properly. All I know is that I still check the locks twice before bed. I still keep my curtains closed after dark, and sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment and feel that familiar prickle on the back of my neck, I refuse to look at the windows. Because deep down, I'm afraid that if I look, if I search the darkness for that blank face, he'll be there, watching. And this time, maybe a locked door won't be enough to keep him away. I've been debating whether to share this for almost 10 years now. Even typing this makes my hands shake, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can make sense of what happened to me. I still can't. When I was 12, my mom and I were living in this trailer in Santa Cruz, California. We didn't own the property. It belonged to my mom's friend from work, who was letting us stay there until we got back on our feet after the divorce. The property was pretty isolated, surrounded by woods on 3 sides with this tall chain-link fence around the immediate yard area. Inside the fence was our trailer, a small garden my mom tried to keep alive, and this separate little room that was basically a shed that had been converted with electricity and insulation. I spent a lot of time in that room because it gave me some privacy, and I could have friends over without bothering my mom. Outside the fence was this German shepherd that belonged to the property owner. That dog hated kids because some neighborhood boys had tormented it before we moved in. If I was alone, it would run up to the fence, snarling and trying to bite through the links. I was terrified of it, but the owner insisted it was protective, not aggressive. Yeah, right. This happened in the summer when I was 12. My friend Jacob had come over to spend the night, and we were in the separate room playing video games. It was probably around 10 p.m., and my mom was already asleep in the trailer. We were playing Halo on this tiny TV I had, and everything was completely normal until we heard this weird sound coming from the woods. It was this low rumbling noise, almost like someone was rolling something heavy through the undergrowth. We paused the game and looked at each other. At first, we thought maybe it was the property owner coming home late. He sometimes checked on things, but his truck made a distinctive sound, and this wasn't it. We turned off the game and just listened. The sound stopped for a few minutes, then started again, closer this time. It sounded like something was being dragged or rolled around just beyond the tree line. We were freaked out but tried to convince each other it was probably just an animal or something. After a while, the sound stopped, and we went back to playing our game. Around 11:30, Jacob needed to use the bathroom, which was in the trailer. I didn't want to go outside because of the dog, even though it was inside the fenced area, so Jacob went alone. I told him to hurry back. I kept playing the game, but started getting nervous when he didn't return after about 10 minutes. I tried to focus on the game, but after another 5 minutes, I got worried enough to check on him. When I opened the door to the room, Jacob was standing right there, just staring at me silently. I jumped and said something like, "Dude, you scared the crap out of me." But he didn't respond. He was just standing there, perfectly still, staring. Something felt off. His face looked normal, but his expression was blank, and when I reached out to push his shoulder, his skin was ice cold. Not just cool, but actually cold, like he'd been in a freezer. I felt this immediate sense of wrongness, that deep gut feeling where your whole body just screams at you that something isn't right. I pushed past him, suddenly desperate to get to the trailer, and I could feel him turn to watch me as I hurried across the yard. I didn't look back, but I could hear footsteps following me. When I got to the trailer and scrambled up the steps, I tried the door and found it locked. I had my key but was fumbling with it because my hands were shaking so badly. The whole time I could feel Jacob standing right behind me, not saying anything, just there. When I finally got the door open, I rushed inside and slammed it shut before he could follow me in. I went straight to the bathroom to find Jacob, but the door was locked. I knocked and called his name, and I heard his voice from inside say, "Yeah, I'll be out in a minute." I froze. Jacob's voice was coming from behind the bathroom door, but I had just seen him outside. My brain couldn't process what was happening. I started screaming for my mom, pounding on her bedroom door until she woke up. I was crying and probably not making much sense, but she got the idea that something was wrong. As she was trying to calm me down, we heard a knock at the trailer door. My mom went to answer it, but I begged her not to. She looked through the peephole and said, "It's just Jacob. What's going on with you?" She opened the door, and there was Jacob, looking confused and asking what all the screaming was about. A moment later, the bathroom door opened, and the real Jacob walked out. Both my mom and Jacob looked at me like I was crazy as I tried to explain what had happened. The Jacob who had been outside insisted he'd been in the bathroom the whole time and never stood outside the room staring at me. My mom eventually chalked it up to my imagination and went back to bed, telling us to settle down and get some sleep. Jacob and I went back to the separate room, both of us freaked out but trying to act tough. We tried to play more games to distract ourselves, but around 1 a.m., we heard the dog start barking outside. Not its normal aggressive bark, but this frantic, terrified sound. The barking turned into whimpering, and then we heard it running away, its chain jingling as it retreated to the farthest corner of the property. Then came the scratching. It started as a light scraping sound on the outside wall of our room. Slow, deliberate scratches that seemed to be moving around the perimeter of the room. We both froze, staring at each other. The scratching continued, getting slightly louder as whatever it was moved around to the wall behind us. Jacob whispered, "I'm going to get your mom." And before I could stop him, he bolted out the door. I wanted to follow him but was too scared to move. I sat there, listening to the scratching sounds move around to the door. Then they stopped. Not even 2 minutes later, Jacob burst back in, slamming the door behind him. His face was completely drained of color. He was breathing hard and looked like he was about to throw up. When I asked what happened, he said he'd seen my mom standing outside the fence, just staring at the property with a blank expression. "But that's impossible," I told him. "My mom's asleep in the trailer." Jacob swore up and down that he'd seen her standing there, completely still, wearing her bathrobe. He said when she noticed him, her face changed into this weird, awkward smile that didn't look right. That's when he ran back. We barricaded the door with the small desk and the chair, pushing it right up against the door handle. The scratching started again, moving methodically around all 4 walls of the room. It would stop occasionally, then start up somewhere else. This went on for what felt like hours. Around 3 a.m., the worst part happened. I heard my mom's voice, clear as day, right outside the wall where my bed was pushed up against. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice sounding hollow and distant despite being only inches away through the wall. "Go to sleep," she said a moment later. I was frozen in terror because I knew my mom was in the trailer. Whatever was outside wasn't her. Jacob heard it too, and we both sat huddled in the middle of the room, as far from the walls as possible, until dawn started breaking. The property owner usually came by early to feed his animals, and we refused to leave that room until we heard his truck pull up around 6:30 a.m. When he came to check on us, my mom had asked him to bring us breakfast. He had to remove the door because we had barricaded it so thoroughly. My mom didn't believe our story. She insisted she'd been asleep all night and never left the trailer. The property owner checked around the room and found nothing. No footprints, no scratches on the walls, nothing. Everyone brushed it off as our overactive imaginations. But Jacob refused to ever come back to my house again. We moved out about a month later when my mom found us an apartment closer to town. I never experienced anything like that again, and to this day, I have no explanation for what happened. I've read about skinwalkers and doppelgangers since then, and sometimes I wonder if that's what we encountered. Whatever it was, knew how to mimic both Jacob and my mom perfectly, and it seemed determined to lure us outside that night. I'm 22 now, and I still refuse to go outside alone at night. I won't live anywhere near the woods, and I sleep with a light on when I'm by myself. I keep telling myself it was just some elaborate prank or a shared hallucination, but deep down, I know what I experienced was real. That night in Santa Cruz changed something in me permanently. I just wish I knew what exactly was out there, scratching at our walls and wearing familiar faces. I still can't believe what happened to me last month at Meadowbrook Dairy in rural Ohio. I took that night security job because the pay was decent for our small town, $17 an hour to basically walk around a farm, checking locks and making sure the equipment wasn't stolen. I figured watching cows sleep would be the most boring job in the world, but I needed the money for community college. My boss, Frank, was this weathered old farmer who'd inherited the place from his dad. When he hired me, he mentioned I was replacing a guy named Corey who had some problems. That was putting it lightly. I later found out from the other farmhands that Corey was a recovering meth addict who'd been clean for about 8 months but still acted paranoid as hell. They said he'd been fired after one of the dairy cows went missing, specifically cow Fecker 29. And Corey couldn't explain how an 100-pound Holstein disappeared from a locked stall overnight. Frank gave me a quick tour that first evening. The property wasn't huge, just the main barn with about 40 stalls for the milking cows, a storage barn for equipment, and the milking facility. The pasture stretched out behind, maybe 20 acres bordered by dense woods. Nothing special. Just your typical Ohio dairy operation. My first week was uneventful. I'd clock in at 8 p.m., do my rounds every couple hours, help bring in any cows that were still out in the field, and make sure the barns were locked up. The only weird thing was stall 29 sitting empty. Frank was weirdly insistent that we keep that stall clean and ready, even though there was no cow to put in it. This past Tuesday started like any other shift. I arrived, chatted with the evening farmhand, Jake, who was finishing up before heading home. He mentioned the cows were acting skittish that evening but didn't think much of it, probably just a coyote in the area or something. I started my first round about 9 p.m., flashlight in hand, walking the perimeter of the property. Nothing unusual. I went into the main barn to check on the cows, and that's when I noticed something off about stall number 29. The gate was slightly ajar, not wide open, just unlatched. I figured Jake must have forgotten to secure it after cleaning. When I went to close it, I noticed something small and yellow in the corner of the empty stall. I picked it up and immediately felt my stomach drop. It was a yellow plastic ear tag with 29 printed on it in faded black numbers. The same kind of tag all the cows wore, just lying there in the straw. Next to it were some small bones, too small for a cow, that looked like they might belong to a bat. I don't know why, but finding those things together made my skin crawl. I pocketed the tag, thinking I'd show Frank in the morning, and continued my rounds. Around 10:30 p.m., I noticed 3 cows were still out in the field. It was odd, since the evening staff usually brings them all in, but I figured Jake must have missed them in the dark. I grabbed a lead rope and headed out to the pasture. 2 of the cows came easily enough, following me back to the barn with minimal effort. But the third one, this is where things started getting really wrong. This cow was standing about 100 yards away, facing the woods. Even from a distance, I could tell something wasn't right about the way it was standing. Its tail was completely rigid, sticking straight out behind it. Its legs were planted wide apart, and its head, Jesus, its head was tilted at almost a perfect 90-degree angle, like it was trying to press its ear against its shoulder. I called out to it like I would any other cow, making those clicking sounds with my tongue. It didn't move, not even a twitch. I started walking toward it, and when I was about 20 feet away, I heard this sound, a sort of dry, chittering noise, like fingernails tapping rapidly on wood. The sound stopped abruptly when I whistled at the cow. My instinct was telling me to go back to the barn, call Frank, and let him deal with whatever was wrong with this animal in the morning. But I was already out there, and I didn't want to seem incompetent my second week on the job. I approached slowly, talking softly like you're supposed to do with livestock. When I got close enough to touch it, I noticed its breathing was weird, not the steady in and out you'd expect, but shallow and rapid, almost vibrating. I reached out and touched its flank. The hide felt wrong, like clay with a loose sheet of cowhide draped over it. It was cold and had almost no give when I pressed on it. The cow didn't react to my touch at all, didn't shift weight, didn't flick its tail, nothing. It just kept staring sideways with its head at that impossible angle. That's when I noticed its eyes. They were peeled open way too wide, the whites showing all around, and the eyeballs were darting around rapidly, independently of each other, like they were searching for something. But the cow's head stayed completely still. I tried to get the lead rope around its neck, but it wouldn't budge when I pulled. It was like it was rooted to the ground. I pushed against its side, trying to get it to shift its weight, but it was like pushing against a concrete wall. The whole time, those eyes kept darting around, occasionally fixing right on me before flitting away. I decided this cow needed a vet, not a security guard. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on it, and reached for my phone to call Frank. As I was scrolling through my contacts, I heard movement behind me. I turned around, expecting to see one of the other cows I'd brought in earlier, but there was nothing there. When I turned back, the cow with the tilted head was gone. My heart started pounding. There's no way a cow could move that quickly without making noise, especially not one that had been frozen in place seconds before. I swept my flashlight across the field and finally caught a glimpse of it about 50 yards away, walking slowly toward the barn. Its head was still at that same twisted angle, but now it was moving with a jerky, unnatural gait, like it was being pulled forward by strings. I followed at a distance, watching as it entered the barn. By the time I got there, it had disappeared inside. The barn was dimly lit by a few security lights, casting long shadows between the stalls. I moved cautiously down the center aisle, checking each stall. Most held sleeping cows, but I couldn't find the one I'd been following. That's when I remembered stall 29. Something about finding that ear tag earlier pulled me toward that empty stall at the end of the barn. As I approached, I heard that chittering sound again coming from inside. I stopped, suddenly terrified of what I might find. I forced myself to move forward, one step at a time, until I was standing in front of stall number 29. The gate was closed now and locked from the outside, which made no sense because I hadn't done that. I stood there frozen, listening to that dry tapping sound getting faster and more frantic. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I reached for the latch to open the gate. As soon as my fingers touched the metal, the chittering stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was even worse. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears as I slowly slid the bolt back and began to pull the gate open. Before I could fully open it, I heard a shuffling sound behind me. I turned, and there it was. The cow was standing at the other end of the aisle, about 30 feet away, except it wasn't on all fours anymore. It was standing upright on its hind legs, its front legs hanging at its sides like arms. It must have been 8 feet tall like that, its head still cocked at that horrible angle, nearly touching its shoulder. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The thing's chest was expanding and contracting rapidly, that vibrating breath now audible across the distance between us. Its ears, normally floppy on a Holstein, were flapping independently of each other, like they were trying to catch sounds from different directions. Its eyes locked onto mine, and I watched in horror as one pupil grew to fill almost the entire eye, while the other shrank to a pinpoint. They pulsed like that, growing and shrinking alternately as it stared at me. Then it took a step forward. Its hoof made a wet, squelching sound on the concrete floor, like someone pushing their finger through mud. It opened its mouth, and that's when I lost it. The inside wasn't pink like a normal cow's mouth. It was black, pitch black, with what looked like too many teeth arranged in concentric circles. From that impossible mouth came a sound that wasn't a moo. It was like several voices layered on top of each other, some high and keening, others deep and gurgling, all saying something that almost made sense, but didn't quite form words. I bolted. I ran past the empty stalls on the other side of the barn, putting as much distance between me and that thing as possible. I heard it moving behind me, those hooves making wet slapping sounds on the concrete as it gave chase. I didn't look back. I couldn't bear to see if it was still on 2 legs, or if it had dropped to all 4s to pursue me. I burst out the side door of the barn and slammed it shut behind me, fumbling with the heavy wooden beam that served as a lock. I had just dropped it into place when something hit the door from the other side with incredible force. The wood creaked and bent inward, but the beam held. Another impact made the hinges groan. I backed away as the pounding continued, each hit making the wooden frame bend in ways it shouldn't. I ran to my car, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I peeled out of the gravel driveway, I looked in my rearview mirror and saw the barn door finally give way. Something large moved in the shadows of the doorway, but I was already too far away to make out details. I'm grateful for that. I drove straight home, locked every door and window, and sat in my bathroom with the lights on until morning. I didn't sleep, couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing standing on 2 legs, its head twisted, its pupils pulsing as it stared at me. Frank called me the next morning, pissed that I'd abandoned my shift. I didn't pick up. He called 6 more times over the next 2 days, leaving increasingly angry voicemails about responsibility and letting the team down. I couldn't bring myself to tell him what I'd seen. Who would believe me? After 2 weeks of avoiding his calls, I finally worked up the courage to go back to the farm to collect my final paycheck. I figured I'd go during daylight, when there would be plenty of people around. I timed it for the middle of the afternoon when I knew Frank would be meeting with milk distributors in town. The farm looked normal in the daylight, peaceful even. A couple of farm hands were working in the milking facility, and I nodded to them as I walked toward the office where Frank had told me my check would be waiting. As I passed the main barn, I couldn't help but glance inside. Everything looked ordinary. Cows in their stalls, eating or resting. Even stall number 29 had a cow in it now, a new one, presumably bought to replace the missing number 29. I was almost beginning to think I'd had some kind of breakdown that night, that maybe the stories about Corey's paranoia had gotten into my head. That's when I noticed a young farmhand I didn't recognize standing by the back wall of the barn. He was staring intently at something on the ground, what looked like a small pile of bones, similar to the bat bones I'd found in stall number 29 that night. As I watched, he slowly tilted his head sideways until his ear nearly touched his shoulder, exactly like cow number 29 had done. He must have sensed me watching because he suddenly straightened up and turned toward me. For just a second, so quick I almost missed it, I saw his pupils pulse, one dilating while the other contracted. I didn't stay for my paycheck. I got in my car and drove, and I haven't been back since. I've been staying with my cousin 2 counties over, and I'm looking for jobs as far away from Meadowbrook Dairy as I can get. I don't know what was happening at that farm. I don't know what happened to the original cow, Nut 29, or to Corey, or what that thing I saw was. But sometimes, when it's quiet at night, I swear I can hear that chittering sound, like dry fingernails tapping against my window. And in my dreams, I see that farmhand, his head tilted at that impossible angle, his pupils pulsing as he watches me from the shadows. About 2 years ago, I moved into this small house on the edge of town. It wasn't anything special, just a single-story place with a decent backyard that backed up to some woods. The rent was cheap, and I was trying to save money after a messy breakup. About 3 weeks after moving in, I noticed this black cat hanging around my back porch. Not just any black cat. This thing was skinny as hell, like it hadn't eaten in weeks. Its ribs were showing through its matted fur, and it would just sit there at the edge of my yard watching my house. What really freaked me out, though, were its eyes. They were this weird pitch-black color like tar or oil. They didn't reflect light at all, not even when my porch light would hit them directly at night. Most cat eyes glow or at least reflect something, right? These were just empty, like looking at 2 black holes. I felt bad for it, despite how unsettling it looked. I'm not even really a cat person, but I couldn't just let it starve. So I started putting out some leftover chicken from my dinner one night. I set the plate down and went back inside, watching through the window as it crept forward. It didn't eat like a normal cat either. It kind of tore at the meat aggressively, making these weird guttural noises. But whatever, I figured it was just really hungry. The next morning when I went to get the plate, I found a dead bird next to it. Just a small sparrow, completely intact, but definitely dead. I thought it was weird, but assumed the cat had caught it and left it there. I'd heard cats sometimes bring gifts to people who feed them. Gross, but somewhat normal, right? I tossed it into the woods behind my yard and didn't think much more about it. That evening, I put out more food. The next morning, 2 dead mice, lined up perfectly side by side. The day after that, a dead chipmunk. This went on for about 2 weeks, and the gifts kept getting bigger. Rats, a squirrel, even a rabbit once. I never saw the cat actually bring these things. They would just appear overnight like some twisted calling card. I considered stopping feeding it, but by this point, I was honestly a little afraid of what might happen if I did. The cat was looking healthier now, less skeletal, but those eyes remained just as disturbing. It started getting bolder too, sometimes sitting right at my back door instead of at the edge of the yard. It would stare at me through the glass for hours, completely motionless. I started keeping the blinds closed. Then came that foggy morning about a month into this weird relationship. I woke up early, around 5:30 a.m., because the fog was so thick it was reflecting the streetlights and making my bedroom brighter than usual. I got up to use the bathroom and glanced out my back window out of habit. I literally staggered backward and fell against the wall. My entire backyard, the entire yard, was covered with dead animals. Birds, squirrels, mice, rats, possums, even a couple of raccoons. Some were intact, others were not. There must have been 30 or 40 carcasses arranged in some kind of circular pattern across my lawn. And right in the center sat that damn black cat, staring directly at my window as if it knew I'd be looking. I immediately closed the blinds and called animal control in a panic. By the time they arrived 2 hours later, there was nothing there, not a single dead animal. The yard was completely clean, except for the cat, which was sitting in its usual spot by the porch. The animal control officer clearly thought I was nuts or on drugs. She offered to take the cat, but when we went outside, it was gone. That night, I locked every door and window in my house and tried to convince myself I had hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe I was working too much. Maybe I needed therapy. Maybe the stress from my breakup was catching up to me. I took a sleeping pill and passed out around 10 p.m. I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. I know because I checked my phone immediately, trying to figure out what had woken me. There was no sound, but I had this overwhelming sense that something was watching me. You know that feeling when you're being stared at? It was like that, but 100 times more intense. My bedroom faces the backyard, and even though the blinds were closed, I could see that it was unusually bright outside, like the full moon was directly overhead. Against my better judgment, I got out of bed and peeked through the blinds. Standing in the middle of my yard was, I don't even know how to describe it. It looked vaguely human-shaped, but all wrong. It was tall, maybe 6'5" or 7 feet, but unnaturally thin, with arms that hung down almost to its ankles. Its skin was this sickly grayish-white color, like a corpse that's been in water too long. Parts of its body had patches of black fur, the same color as the cat's, growing in random spots across its chest, shoulders, and face. But its face, Jesus, its face is what still keeps me up at night. It had sunken, hollow eye sockets with the same tar-black eyes as the cat, but larger. Its nose was just 2 dark slits, and its mouth was way too wide for its face, stretching almost ear to ear. Its spine protruded so sharply through its back that it looked like a row of knives trying to cut through its skin. I stood there frozen, unable to move or breathe or even think. The thing tilted its head at an impossible angle, like its neck had an extra joint, and then it smiled. I don't mean it grinned or smirked. Its mouth literally stretched open to reveal rows of jagged, needle-like teeth. Somehow I managed to drop the blinds and stumble backward onto my bed. I was hyperventilating, convinced I was about to die. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but couldn't even unlock it because my hands were shaking so badly. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I gathered enough courage to look again. The yard was empty. No creature, no cat, nothing. Just the moonlight on the grass. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bed with all the lights on. When morning finally came, I almost convinced myself it had been a nightmare until I opened my back door. Spread across my porch and yard were more mutilated animals than ever before, but this time they were arranged in a very specific pattern that looked almost like a giant paw print. And right in the center of this macabre display sat the black cat, grooming itself as casually as if it were someone's house pet. It looked up at me and made direct eye contact, and I swear to God it smiled, not like a normal cat, but with an actual human-like smile that revealed rows of teeth that were far too numerous and sharp for any normal feline. I slammed the door shut, ran to my bedroom, and started throwing clothes into a duffel bag. I needed to get out of there. My sister lives about 30 miles away in the next town over, and I knew she'd let me crash at her place. As I was loading my car, I noticed the cat sitting on my front lawn, watching me. I tried to ignore it as I got in my car and sped away, but in my rearview mirror, I could see it sitting motionless, those black eyes following me until I turned the corner. I arrived at my sister's place and broke down as soon as she opened the door. I told her everything about the cat, the dead animals, and the creature I'd seen. She didn't believe me, of course. She thought I was having some kind of breakdown and suggested I see someone, but she let me stay. For 3 days, I didn't leave her house. I called in sick to work and spent most of my time looking out her windows, half expecting to see that cat or the creature lurking somewhere nearby. My sister was starting to get worried about me, saying I was becoming paranoid. Maybe she was right. On the 4th day, I finally started to feel a little better. Maybe it had all been in my head. Maybe there was a normal explanation for everything that had happened. My sister had to work late that night, so I was alone in her house for the first time since arriving. Around 8 p.m., the doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone, and a wave of dread washed over me. I tried to tell myself I was being ridiculous. It was probably just a neighbor or a delivery person. I approached the front door slowly and looked through the peephole. There was no one there, just her empty front porch under the porch light. See? I was being paranoid. I opened the door anyway, just to be sure, and looked down. Lying on the welcome mat was the body of the black cat, except it wasn't really a cat anymore. Half of its body was decomposed, with bones showing through rotting flesh. The other half was changing. The fur was patchy, with that same pale grayish skin showing through. One of its front legs was elongated, almost like a human arm, with claw-like fingers forming at the end. But the worst part was its face. Its mouth had split open, stretching too wide across what was once a cat's head, filled with those same needle-like teeth I'd seen on the creature. And its eyes, those oil-black eyes, were open and staring right at me, even though the thing was clearly dead. I slammed the door and locked it, then ran through the house, locking every window and door I could find. I called my sister in a panic, but she didn't answer. I left her a voicemail to stay away from the house, that something dangerous was outside. When I finally worked up the courage to look out the front window again, the cat's body was gone, but scratched into the wooden boards of my sister's front porch was a crude symbol, the same paw print pattern that the dead animals had formed in my yard. That was 2 days ago. I'm currently writing this from a motel room about 100 miles away. I didn't even tell my sister where I was going. I just left her a note saying I needed to get away for a while and took off. I don't know what that thing is. I don't know if it was once the cat or if the cat was always just a part of it. I don't know why it chose me or what it wants, but I know it's following me. Last night I heard scratching at my motel room door. When I looked through the peephole, there was nothing there, but when I woke up this morning, there was a dead bird on the walkway right outside my door. I'm leaving as soon as I finish writing this. I don't know where I'm going next. I just know I can't stay in one place for too long. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see those tar-black eyes staring at me through my bedroom window, and that impossibly wide smile filled with teeth. If you ever see a skinny black cat with eyes that don't reflect light, don't feed it. Don't acknowledge it. Just leave. Because I'm starting to think it's not the cat that's following me. It's what the cat brought with it. I've been sitting here for an hour trying to figure out how to write this. My hands are shaking even now. I've never told anyone outside my family about what happened, but after last night I need to get this out there. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. This happened when I was 11, back when we used to visit my grandmother every summer on the reservation. She lived in this small wooden house, miles from anything you could call a town. No running water, just a well out back. She cooked everything on a wood stove, which meant someone always had to keep the wood pile stocked. That summer day started like any other. The sky was cloudless, perfect blue stretching for miles. Uncle Jaden came by around noon and asked if I wanted to help gather firewood for Grandma. I jumped at the chance. I always loved riding in his old Ford pickup, this rusted blue thing that rattled like it might fall apart any second. Plus, Uncle Jaden always let me sit in the front seat, which made me feel grown up. We drove about 20 minutes into the forest on this dirt road that was barely more than 2 tire tracks cutting through the pines. Uncle's truck bounced over every root and rock, and I remember laughing each time my butt left the seat. It was fun then. We spent maybe 2 hours gathering wood, Uncle chopping while I stacked the smaller pieces in the truck bed. It was hot work, but satisfying. I remember the smell of fresh-cut pine and sweat, the sound of birds overhead. Normal stuff, safe stuff. The sun was starting to sink by the time we finished. Not sunset yet, but maybe 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Uncle said we should head back before dark. I didn't argue. Even then, I hated being in the woods after the sun went down. We got in the truck and started back down that same dirt road. That's when it started. We were maybe 5 minutes into the drive when this weird feeling crept over me. At first I thought it was just getting cold, you know, like when the sun starts to go down and the temperature drops quick. But it wasn't that. It was this feeling like someone was staring at me. Not just looking, staring, like when you can feel eyes burning into the back of your head. I tried to ignore it, but it kept getting stronger until my skin was literally crawling with goosebumps. I remember turning my head toward my window, thinking maybe I'd see a deer or something watching us from the trees. That's when Uncle Jaden shouted, "Don't!" His voice was so sharp, so urgent that I froze halfway through the motion. "What?" I asked, my heart suddenly pounding. "Look at me," he said, his voice quieter but still tight. "Just look at me, buddy. Look right here." I did what he said, focusing on his profile. His jaw was clenched so tight I could see the muscle bulging. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel. That's when I heard it. This soft, deliberate tapping on my window. Tap, 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 like fingernails on glass. My breath caught in my throat. Every part of me wanted to turn and look, but Uncle's eyes flicked to mine, and he gave this tiny shake of his head. "Don't look," he whispered. Then he pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The truck lurched forward, engine whining as we picked up speed on that rough road. Uncle started praying in our native language, something I'd only heard the elders do during ceremonies. His voice was shaking. "Uncle, what is it?" I whispered. "Listen to me," he said, his voice steady despite the fear I could see in his eyes. "Look at me and don't turn away. Whatever happens, whatever you hear, don't look out the windows. You understand?" I nodded, terrified. The tapping followed us, keeping pace with the truck even as we sped up. How was that possible? We had to be going at least 40 meps down a bumpy dirt road. Nothing should have been able to keep up with us, let alone stay steady enough to tap on the glass. Suddenly, the truck dipped hard to one side, like something heavy had jumped into the bed. The suspension groaned. The whole truck shifted under the weight. I heard the firewood sliding around in the back. Uncle cursed under his breath, but kept driving, kept praying. I was shaking so bad my teeth were chattering. The tapping stopped for a moment, and in that brief silence my fear somehow doubled. Then it started again, this time from behind us, on the rear window of the cab. Tap, tap, tap. Whatever had been outside my window was now inside the truck bed with all our firewood. I started crying. I couldn't help it. Uncle reached over with one hand and gripped my shoulder. "It's okay," he said, though we both knew it wasn't. "Just a little longer. We're going to be okay." I don't know how long we drove like that, probably only a minute or two, but it felt like hours. The tapping never stopped, never slowed. Sometimes it would move, tapping a pattern across the glass from one side to the other, like it was trying to find a way in, or like it was playing with us. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the truck dipped again, the same sensation of weight being lifted off the back. Uncle's eyes darted to the rearview mirror, and he let out a long, shaky breath. He kept driving fast for another 5 minutes, both of us silent except for his quiet prayers. Finally, he slowed the truck and pulled over onto the shoulder. He turned the engine off and just sat there for a moment, breathing hard. When he looked at me, his face was pale, covered in sweat. "Are you okay?" he asked. I nodded, though I wasn't. Not at all. He looked around outside, scanning the trees on both sides of the road. Then he turned back to me. "We need to get home," he said. "I'll ask your father to do a prayer in the morning, a cleansing, so that evil will forget our faces." I didn't understand what he meant then, but I nodded anyway. He started the truck again, and we drove the rest of the way to Grandma's. Uncle sang old prayers the whole time, his voice sometimes breaking. When we got to Grandma's, Uncle told me not to mention what happened. He said it would only frighten her. We unloaded the wood in silence, and when Dad asked why we looked so shaken, Uncle just said we'd seen a bear. Dad seemed suspicious but didn't push it. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that tapping. Tap, tap, tap. When I finally did fall asleep, I had nightmares about dark shapes running alongside the truck, keeping pace no matter how fast we drove. In the morning, Dad and Uncle performed a cleansing ceremony. They never explained exactly why, just that it was necessary. After that, we never spoke about what happened. Life went on, and eventually the memory faded. Not gone, but dulled by time. I'm 27 now. I haven't been back to the reservation in years. My grandmother passed away, and the family sold her property. Uncle Jaden still lives nearby, though. We talk on the phone every few months, catching up on family stuff. Normal conversations. We never mentioned that day, until 3 nights ago. I had this nightmare, the first one about that incident in years. In the dream, I was back in that truck, but I was my current age. Uncle was driving, just like before. I felt that same watching sensation, heard the tapping. But in the dream, I didn't listen to Uncle. I turned to look. I woke up screaming, my sheets soaked with sweat. Without thinking, I called Uncle Jaden. It was 3 a.m., but he answered on the second ring like he'd been waiting for my call. "You had the dream, didn't you?" he asked before I could even explain why I was calling. My blood went cold. "How did you know?" He was quiet for a long moment. "Because I've been having it too, for the past week." We sat in silence, just breathing into our phones. Finally, I asked the question I'd been too afraid to ask as a kid. "Uncle, what was out there that day? What was following us?" Another long pause. Then, "There are things in this world that don't have names in English," he said. "Things that have been here long before us, that will be here long after. Things that hunger." "But what did you see?" I pressed. "Eyes," he said simply, "like brake lights in the dark, watching us, waiting for one of us to look at it." A chill ran down my spine. "Why didn't you want me to look?" "Because some things can't touch you unless you acknowledge them first," he said. unless you invite them in, even if it's just with a glance. I tried to lighten the mood with a nervous laugh. So why didn't you step on the brakes when it was in the back of the truck? Could have thrown it off. His answer made my heart stop. Because it wasn't alone. After we hung up, I couldn't get back to sleep. I kept thinking about those eyes like brake lights, about whatever had been keeping pace with our truck on a rough dirt road, about what might have been waiting in the trees. Last night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of tapping on my bedroom window. Tap, tap, tap. 3 soft, deliberate sounds. I live on the 5th floor of my apartment building. I froze in my bed, suddenly 11 years old again, feeling that same overwhelming sensation of being watched. The tapping came again. Tap, tap, tap. Every instinct screamed at me to look, to see what was there. Instead, I remembered Uncle's words and kept my eyes fixed on the ceiling. I started whispering the prayer I'd heard him say all those years ago. I don't speak our language fluently, but I remembered those words. They felt hot in my mouth, like they were burning my tongue. The tapping continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. I don't know if the cleansing ceremony my father performed all those years ago wore off, or if whatever was out there that day has been patient, waiting for the right moment. But I know it's found me now. I can feel it. I called Uncle Jaden this morning. No answer. I've tried 5 times. Nothing. It's getting dark now. I've closed all the blinds in my apartment, but it doesn't help. I can still feel eyes on me, watching from somewhere I can't see, waiting. The tapping just started again, this time at my front door. I don't know what to do. I don't know how long I can keep from looking. Like,